Good afternoon, a very warm welcome to stage 19 of this year's Tour de France. Another beautiful day in France as we get ready for what is the final deciding road stage of this year's race. Yesterday was about two musketeers from Ineos Grenadiers. Alexander Kristoff. It's Julian Alaphilippe. Yates is going to cross the line around about 55 seconds down. The new yellow jersey will be Primož Roglič.
Egan Bernal has the speed drop. The title is dropped.
Pogacar looking for another stage win at the top of the Grand Colombier. Pogacar wins the stage. Big attack by Leonard Kamna. He wins stage 16 of the Tour de France. Superman Lopez of Astana wins the stage. Whoa, that was a big crash.
1 minute, 1 Bilbao.
Primož Roglič talking to Tadej Pogacar. The first rider across the line was Michał Kwiatkowski. The yellow jersey remains on the shoulders of Primož Roglič. Today will be his 10th day in the yellow jersey, 57 seconds ahead of Pogacar. Lopez dropped a second yesterday on the run-in. Today is going to be about the green jersey. Sam Bennett has got himself through the mountains. Sagan is in second place. A wonderful performance yesterday by Richard Carapaz. 2 points now ahead of Tadej Pogacar, with Roglič in third place. Pogacar is in the white jersey as the best young rider. Let's take a look then at today's stage as we ride from Bourg Bresse to Champognole. A stage of 166.5 kilometres of racing. Along the way, not too many challenges, a fourth category climb and the intermediate sprint. The sprint comes relatively close to the end of today's stage. Bourg-en-Bresse, which hosts a Tour de France stage for the 5th time. We're looking forward to rolling out of here for this 166.5 kilometres of racing. Bourg-en-Bresse, which has got loads of cycle routes now, 60 kilometres of accessible routes, including 20 kilometres of cycle paths. It's ranked the second best cycling town in 2020. This is the Plateau de la Dôme. Loads of the ponds in this particular area. Some 1,200 man-made ponds, shallow with a total surface area of 10,000 hectares. It enables both fish farming and cereal culture. This is the abbey in the centre. The monastery, the Royal de Brou monastery itself, as we fly past, taking a look at all the various different parts of this lovely town. It was fortified up to the 16th century. The riders then rolling in for the race start today. And so many riders having got through the mountains will be pretty happy with the situation that they have now, rolling into towards Paris, which we will finish on Sunday. I'm Anthony McCross, and alongside me is yellow jersey and stage winner in the Tour de France, Simon Gerrans. Simon, there'll be some riders who are a little bit relieved as we go to the start of stage 19.
Hey Anthony, yes, I think there will be a lot of riders that are very relieved to get yesterday's difficult mountain stage behind them. With the undulating stage today, time trial tomorrow, then the run into Paris on Sunday, I think many of the peloton will firmly have the Eiffel Tower in their sights, you would say.
Will they be thinking today might be a more steady day, or do you see today as going to be pretty tough yet again, as we see Carapaz resplendent in his polka dot jersey?
Today is going to be a very tough stage. There may not be any mountains during today's stage, but it's not a flat stage at all. It's a very undulating stage, very technical stage, and with a lot of teams without a stage win in the Tour de France, there'll be a lot of attacks and a lot of riders want to get in the breakaway.
Sam Bennett there in the green jersey. All the talk 1 week ago was his biggest challenge is to get to Paris. Is now Sam Bennett looking like the green jersey is a real possibility now?
Well, one of Sam Bennett's major difficulties in this race was actually surviving the mountains. The first couple of days in the mountains, he looked like he was really struggling. However, he seemed to get better and better throughout the big mountain stages. Now he actually finished the last couple of stages looking pretty good, but the green jersey competition is far from over. There is 50 points on the finish line on today's stage. There's 50 points on the finish line on Sunday's stage into Paris, and there's also a couple of intermediate sprints. So there's plenty of points still available. So this jersey is far from won.
140 points then, still available for riders. That's a lot of points. When we look at the green jersey, Sagan is still in second, Trentin is in third place. That ensures then that this competition is not over yet, and we still need to find out who is going to take it by the time we get to Paris. Bennett with 298, Sagan on 246, 52 points between them. Bennett wins today, Sagan doesn't get so many points, this green jersey then becomes relatively out of reach, but there's a lot of work to do yet.
There is still a lot of work to do for both these riders, and let's not forget Matteo Trentin. He's in third place in the green jersey competition on 235 points, so he is just a few points behind Peter Sagan. So if any of these riders have a particularly good day and any of these riders sort of fail to win any points in today's stage, it will really tighten this up.
Primož Roglič with lots of fans now trying to find their way here to the Tour de France to cheer him on. He's got a great lead. Today, though, as you've already mentioned, we just drove the last part of the stage. This is a really tricky day. For a contender, it's one of those days that you cannot let anything go.
Now, the contenders will be very much watching each other, particularly early on in the stage. They're not going to want to let anybody that's close in the general classification jump into the break that goes up the road. But all the contenders will have to be very attentive, particularly in the final of the stage. We drove the last 20-odd kilometres of the stage, and it is very technical. There are a lot of twists and turns. The road is constantly going up and down. So if there are any crashes or any splits, there could be some big time gaps open up really quickly.
We just saw the Hotel Dieu, which was built from 1782 by Pierre-Adrien Paris, a renowned architect of the 18th century. He worked for Louis XVI. This is the Abbey of Notre-Dame-des-Doms. So many different chateaux and monasteries in this particular area. That abbey that we just saw was built in the 8th to 9th century by Bernard of Vienne. Mark Hirschi there, getting himself ready. He will be a little disappointed after yesterday.
I think he'll be a little bit disappointed, also a little bit sore. He had quite a heavy fall yesterday, chasing Richard Carapaz on one of the descents. He just went into a left-hand corner a little bit too fast and lost his front wheel. It slipped out from under him. He slid down the road on his left-hand side, and it looked like he took quite a bit of skin off his arm. So he'll be feeling the effects of that today.
He was lucky he had the shorts that Sunweb have that make sure that there's a bit of protection in them. Counted down then to the race start. Neutralised section is 6.2 kilometres today. as we roll out. The riders in this peloton, we lost yesterday Andre Greipel. The average speed so far, 39.584 kilometers an hour. The riders now have covered 3,157.5 kilometers out of the 3,487 that we will complete by the time we get to the end in Paris. 39.584 kilometers an hour so far is a pretty average, fast average speed for such a distance.
Well, I think it's a pretty average speed. In all honesty, the Tour de France is generally completed at about that 40 kilometres an hour sort of average, so pretty typical of a tour. But this year, a lot of the riders have noted how fast the starts have been in each stage. The first hour of racing has generally been raced with around a 50 kilometre hour average, so been a very aggressive start to each stage, and that's one thing that's really been noted by the riders.
That was the Royal Monastery of Bresse that we just saw. Has a huge history. It's also hosts the Saint Nicholas de Tolentine Church. Julien Alaphilippe at the back of the peloton as we roll out for this start. Another wonderful day on the Tour de France, 5,700 metres of racing to go. Here's the leaders, just to remind you who is wearing the various jerseys. Primož Roglič in the yellow, Richard Carapaz now in the polka dot, Sam Bennett in green, and Tadej Pogačar in the white jersey. Today, Carapaz in the King of the Mountains competition doesn't have too much to worry about. He's got a little advantage of 2 points on Pogačar. His main difficulty is going to come tomorrow. He's got 1 point to chase today.
Yeah, only one mountain sprint in today's stage, one short Category 4 climb. It's 4.3 kilometres in length and only 4.7%. It's nearly bang in the middle of the stage, so at that point I'd be very surprised if the bunch is all together and you have the favourites for the King of the Mountain competition actually going for that 1 point there.
Again, this is Hotel Dieu, which we were talking about. This is still in operation. Owned by Bourg en Bresse Hospital Centre, it's now a rest and pensioners' home. In the south wing, an unusual place allows visitors to immerse themselves in the universe of the hospitals of yesteryear. It's got a pharmacy and an apothecary workshop with 3 preserved rooms. The world champion on the back in the neutralised section. Alongside him is Nicolas Roche on the right-hand side. On his left-hand side is Morkau. Morkau has become so important to Sam Bennett over the last few weeks, last 3 weeks, by his ability to score points when there is a green jersey sprint. And it's something that De Koning Quickstep have done exceptionally well. Compared to Bora, have never had another rider up there to try and disrupt things for Sagan.
Well, Morkau has done an exceptional job, as you said, for Sam Bennett. Not only has he scored himself in the intermediate sprints, but he's also been leading out Sam Bennett. So he's been able to pull a really strong lead out and then often cross the intermediate sprint point line just behind Sam Bennett. So creating a bit of a gap and taking some points away from Sam Bennett's nearest rivals in Peter Sagan and Matteo Trentin.
This is the Notre Dame of the Annuncian Cathedral, built between 1497 and 1695, on the site of a Romanesque chapel, which was originally there. Listed as an historical monument in 1914. Here's Thibaut Pinot. He's heading to home on Saturday. Here's some favourites for you. Wout van Aert, Peter Sagan, Caleb Ewan, Julien Alaphilippe are the favourites around the race for today's stage. Simon, who is your favourite for today's stage?
Well, I'm going for Caleb Ewan on today's stage. Today's the stage that it really could go either way with a breakaway, surviving to the finish, or a bunch sprint. I'm going to go the safe option of a bunch sprint, and I'm picking Caleb Ewan. And yourself, Anthony?
Well, my pick, surprisingly, is not on that list.
Surprisingly?
Surprisingly. I got it right yesterday.
You did get it right.
I did. First time in nearly 3 weeks,
No,
but I got it right.
I only say surprisingly because I don't think your pick has ever been on that on the favourites at the stage.
My favourite for today is Sam Bennett. That's what I'm going with. Let's see what happens. That will not help him in any way whatsoever.
No, but you could have to say that in all the bunch sprints, whether that's an intermediate sprint, Sam Bennett has been one of the stronger riders. He has a very well-drilled lead-out man, as we just spoke about in Morcow. So, yeah, I'm sure he is going to be up there. But Sam Bennett, thinking about sort of his lead up to today's stage, he looks like he survived the mountains reasonably well, but he spent a lot of energy following Sagan around at the beginning of each stage, and that's not an effort he's used to. Sam Bennett is a guy who's generally used to just sitting in, saving all his energy for the sprint finish. So he's had a bit of a different role to play in this year's tour by marking out the green jersey contenders.
This is the Renault Trucks factory in Bourg en Bresse, built in 1964 under originally the Berlier brand. Covers 117 hectares, and it's specialised in the assembly of long-distance trucks, but also construction trucks as well. How much do you think that role of Sam Bennett in having to track Peter Sagan will have taken the zip out of his legs?
Well, there's probably not a heck of an amount of zip left in his legs after sort of 18 days of hard racing in the Tour. But it's definitely would have used a lot of energy, a lot of mental energy. You have to really think about something else. But he has the benefit of the green jersey on his shoulders, so he has that extra motivation of a distinctive jersey in the race, and I think that really will enable him to lift a level.
Tony Martin, sunglasses on today alongside Sam Bennett as he rolls out. When a rider gets towards the end of the Tour de France, how has their body changed in terms of the pedalling ability and how they feel?
Well, at this stage, I think most of the riders will just feel quite simply fatigued. If they have any niggling injuries or anything like that, that'll be taking a lot of sort of energy and sort of taking their focus away. But generally, they're just going to feel pretty much just fatigued. Watching these riders day in, day out, we probably don't see a huge change in their bodies, but when these guys will go home to their families, the first things their families will notice is how skinny they look. They were generally thinned down a little bit and lost a little bit of weight, so they will physically look quite different, but the big thing they're going to be feeling is just simply the fatigue.
And are they able to respond to attacks quickly, or are their legs more, how would I describe it, like a diesel engine? So before they might feel a little bit like a sports car, so they have that zip. By the end, do they feel a little bit more like they have to get things going to respond to things?
It may take them a little while to sort of warm up to the stage start. Some riders are able to react really quickly and still quite explosive. Other riders will take a bit longer to get going.
Two riders not starting, Michael Gogol of NTT and Jonathan Castroviejo also not starting today's stage. Castroviejo was in the move yesterday, right at the beginning. We haven't heard whether he's sick or anything like that.
Yeah, so Castroviejo has been riding really strongly in this race. We did see him in the move yesterday. I was quite surprised to see him quite quickly drop from that breakaway. So maybe he's suffering some kind of illness, or quite simply, maybe he's tired and he wants to go home and freshen up as well for the World Championships that are coming up next week. Because you could say he's a real contender for the time trial.
He is. He's always there or thereabouts in the individual time trial. Very strong time trialist, and the course in the World Championships may suit him more than normal. As we see Pino at the back alongside his teammate Sebastian Reichenbach, who's been riding really well in the last week of this race.
Reichenbach has been quite strong in the last week of the race, and I think there's a number of riders in the Groupama FDJ team that came to the Tour de France purely to help Thibaut Pinot, and as soon as Thibaut Pinot sort of dropped out of contention for the overall with his back issues, it's really given his teammates a liberty to chase stage wins and go up the road for themselves.
Here's the weather conditions, 30 degrees centigrade. It's really warm outside today for these riders. The wind is only 4 kilometres an hour. How will the wind affect today's stage, if at all?
Well, the wind is only 4 kilometres an hour at the moment, but I anticipate the winds will pick up throughout the stage. But they're coming from the south, and the riders are heading directly north for the majority of the stage today. So they should be enjoying sort of slight tailwinds for most of the stage, so very favourable conditions. As far as the temperatures go, 30 degrees already. It'll warm up a further a couple of degrees Celsius on that. And we saw already so many riders on the start line already with ice down their backs and with these ice socks. So they're doing their best to stay cool, and they're going to be anticipating a hot stage.
Here's a reminder for you of who has won all the stages. There are 12 teams that have not won a stage in this year's race, because some teams have doubled up with their victories, but the win of Michał Kwiatkowski made him the 4th Polish stage winner at the Tour de France, after Zenon Jaskula, Rafał Majka and Mati Bodnar, who won the time trial in Marseille in 2017. Yesterday was a wonderful day for the Ineos Grenadiers team. The two of them together riding in towards the finish. It was a goosebump moment, as Michał Kwiatkowski said, as we go past the Chateau de Richemont. Let's take a look at the stats as far as who might win today is concerned. The journalists say Wout van Aert, the fancy game says Caleb Ewan, Mark Renshaw says Wout van Aert, and finally someone agrees with me. The NTT predictor says Sam Bennett will win today's stage. What's your thoughts on those and Wout van Aert as a possible winner?
Well, Wout van Aert is still racing extremely well. He's done a lot of work in the Tour so far, so if he has to do some more work on the front today and keep his team leader in Primož Roglič up the front and out of trouble, he'll use some energy doing that. However, on the days where Wout van Aert hasn't had to do any work on a sprint stage, we've seen him sprinting as well, and he's still sprinting exceptionally well.
Yesterday he sprinted very well at the end of the stage, took 3rd place, just looking after Primož Roglič and making sure Tadej Pogačar got no points.
That's right. So he sprinted because there was a 3rd place still up for grabs for the group that they for the group that Wout van Aert was in, and they were pretty careful not to allow Tadej Pogačar to take 3rd place in the stage and the bonus 4 seconds that go with that. So he put in a very strong sprint there, and I think he gapped pretty much the rest of the group by 2 seconds.
We're coming up to kilometre 0. Christian Prudhomme has not appeared yet. Now, maybe the sunroof isn't working today.
Réel, départ réel donné à 13h43. 13h43 de la 19e étape de la 107e édition du Tour de France. Une étape entre Bourg en Bresse et Champognole. 166,5 km à parcourir aujourd'hui, 166,5 km et 147 coureurs au départ. 147 coureurs au départ, 2 non partants. Le 4 Castroviejo Ineos Grenadiers et le 194 Michael Gogol NTT. The official of the day stage out to 143 stage 19 of the Tour de France between Bourg-en-Bresse and Champognole. 166.5 kilometers of racing today. 147 riders at the start, 2 non-starters, number 4 Castroviejo, Ineos Grenadiers, and number 194 Gogol NTT.
The voice of Radio Tour, the voice of Seb Piquet as we get this race underway. Had to show the flag from outside the window today as a little bit of variety. Immediate attacks at the front of the race as riders try to go clear and get themselves into the moves. At the front, we just saw Ryan Gibbons, the South African champion. Luke Rowe gets himself into the move, maybe motivated by the win of his teammates yesterday. He tweeted last night, I can't quite repeat what he said, but it was basically, we got it done.
Yeah, I think Luke Rowe's obviously drawn a lot of motivation from his teammates winning yesterday's stage with Carapaz and Kwiatkowski being up the front, because he was the first one to attack today. As soon as the flag pulled in from the window of the car, he was off.
He was straight up the road. Maximilian Walscheid on the right-hand side of the road as he goes clear now to try and open up the advantage. The terrain from here, relatively rolling and flat for quite a while.
Well, it's relatively rolling and flat for the entire stage, but I think you could see by looking at the profile those undulations get a little bit bigger towards the second half of the stage.
Wildshide goes clear. Starting to drag a couple of riders with him, as we see Luis Leon Sanchez. Richie Porte, who had a little bit of an escape yesterday. Paulus again on the attack. This young American rider likes to attack in the mountains, likes to attack on the flat.
Well, I think like many riders in the bunch, Paulus sort of sees this as his potentially his last opportunity to really have an impact on the Tour de France this year. So he's on the attack, but he's also joined by two very strong riders in Shah and Welshide.
Certainly not the first time that Michael Shah has been on the attack in this year's race. He's been up the road on numerous occasions as we fly past Chateau de Jasseron, which was built in the 10th century, a fortified castle rebuilt in the 13th century and again destroyed at the end of the 16th century. A very good example of a bipartite castle moat in that particular area, where the moat has now been filled in. Michael Shah, now we see a reaction from yesterday's stage winner Mikhail Kwiatkowski as he goes clear.
A strong ride from Kwiatkowski to sort of recover from yesterday's effort, because he spent the entire stage in the break yesterday and driving that move off the front, finished it off with the win, and now he's able to jump across to a trio of riders that was already out front. It was a fitting victory from Kwiatkowski yesterday. When you look at his Palmares, really a Tour de France stage was really the one thing that the only thing that is really missing. When you look at the world titles, that he's won a world title, he's won classics, he's so competitive, he's won week-long stage races, and now he can add a Tour de France title to that impressive Palmares.
He gave a really nice press conference last night, and in that press conference he dedicated the stage to Nicolas Portal and reminded everyone of just how inspiring he had been in the team, or how much he had meant to the team. I thought that was a really nice dedication.
Yeah, most definitely. So this is the first time that basically that entire Ineos Grenadiers formation will have been at the Tour de France without Nicolas Portal by their side. He was such an important part of that team, and like Kwiatkowski said in his press conference, he was such an inspiration to all those riders, so they would be dearly missing him this year.
He's obviously very motivated, and he must be thriving in the opportunity to be going up the road and have that chance, that freedom to be a bike racer, not just a worker, as we see now. Sivakov trying to react to another move from Jasper Stuyven. He's the rider in the white, red and dark blue for Trek Segafredo.
We just saw a couple of quick-step riders arrive at the front as well, so I'm very interested to see what Koenig Quick-Step's tactic will be today. Whether they are going to try and facilitate a group going up the road and potentially be represented in that group, or whether they're going to try and shut this down or really sort of allow a small group to go away that they can bring back for a sprint finish. I think here's my answer.
There's your answer. Remy Cavagna now goes clear for De Koenig Quick-Step. Is this to try and nullify the sprints? Is that the tactic?
Well, these De Koenig Quick-Step guys are going to be very aware that if a breakaway takes the majority of the points on today's stage, that is a big benefit for Sam Bennett. If it comes back together, for example, and Sam Bennett doesn't get some much needed sort of green jersey sprint points, and his rivals do, he has some serious sort of pressure going into Sunday's stage.
This is the castle of the Dukes of Savoy, which was built in the 15th century and rebuilt in the 16th century. The princesses of Savoy came here to give birth to their children and bring up their children in the castle. Cavagna looking around to see that there is another group of about 4 or 5 riders just behind him. Looking strong so far as he tries to build the advantage. 9 seconds now his lead.
So he's pushing on out front here. I'm going to take a punt and say the 4 riders behind him contain Greg Van Avermaet, Amador, potentially Freile, and I'm not sure who the Cofidis rider is. but they have been very closely mowed down by the peloton.
They are. They're not being allowed to go. The peloton in one long line yet again as they try to nullify this breakaway. Thomas de Gent on the left-hand side towards the back of the group. So not a day that he's decided yet to go up the roads. Cavagna, really strong time trialist, gets into that time trial mode. He really won't want to be on his own here, though. Not for a stage like today.
No, he's not going to want to attack now and try and stay away for the entire stage on his own. He's tried to establish a bit of a gap to get off the front, and he'll be hoping to be joined by a number of other breakaway riders now.
Lucas Posselberger back at the doctor's car. We see more reactions at the front as riders try to get clear. It's a really difficult start to today's stage, non-stop action. Cavagna, though, is starting to build his lead. 16 seconds for this rider. No one is getting close. 240 metres he has on the peloton. Meanwhile, at the back of the group, the world champion just sitting in the wheels again. He'll be needed by Richie Porte later on. Richie is there on the wheel. Richie put on Instagram last night, "I think I'm a magnet for drama at the Tour de France." Anyway, I'm happy to have finished with the GC guys. Would have been too easy a day without something going wrong.
Richie definitely had a scare there over the top of the final categorised climb in yesterday's stage on that gravel section. He had a flat front tyre, but he was able to continue riding that flat front tyre till he was serviced by his team car. Unfortunately, in that time, he lost contact with the front group and the major contenders. So he had a bit of a chase on his hand. I was texting him as I was talking to him this morning, and he said he was really fortunate that he had Wout van Aert and Tom Dumoulin with him in that group that gave him a little bit of help to come back to the front group. So he was very relieved to rejoin the front group and conserve his 4th place in the general classification.
He's 4th overall now. Is the podium a real possibility now for Richie Porte?
It's not completely out of the question, but it's a bit of a tall task because I think he has around 1 minute 40 to make up from Miguel Angel.
1:39.
1:39 on Lopez. So Lopez is obviously in really strong form. So if he does it, just a solid time trial without having too bad a day, it would be difficult for Porte to take that kind of time out of him. If, on the other hand, if Lopez has a terrible day or has some kind of mishap and Porte has a great day, he could probably narrow that gap a bit, but 1:40 is a long way.
Okay. Remy Cavagna into time trial mode as he tries to build his advantage. This is the Chateau de Vermont, which is a private house in this particular area. And the owners of it don't let us know too much. Looks like a nice place to live.
Very nice.
Peloton again being led by a number of teams. Remy Cavagna's gone up the road. Astana looked quite happy with letting this go. Another move over on the right-hand side as we look. Tish Benoit came to the front.
Well, Tish Benoit came to the front there and then he slowed down. So what that would indicate is that Sunweb aren't looking to place riders in the breakaway. They're looking to ride, or they're looking for a bunch sprint with their main sprinter, Keith Bol. So they're slowing things down because this is an ideal situation for the sprinters team. If only 1 or 2 riders are off the front, they know they're going to be able to reel them in without too much difficulty for the final.
Cavagna out on his own.
Dylan van Baarle on his own as well. I think Dylan van Baarle rode most of the stage on his own yesterday. He seems to just be sitting between groups all day.
He seems to leave it a little bit late to jump across to the move. Like he just misses the move and then he has to end up riding on his own most of the time. Or maybe he's just fed up with having everyone around him after 3 weeks and he just wants a bit of time on his own to think.
Maybe, but better late than never, I guess. If he's able to bridge across that gap, it's definitely the hard way to do it, but and difficult because it's much easier for the teams with a rider already out front to shut down any counter moves.
Remy Cavagna, who was brought into the team very late to replace Zdeněk Stybar, who was injured, and so far he's been in the break on stage 6 and the break in stage 13. Now he's trying to form the break on today's stage. He's won a stage of the Vuelta a España. And when he gets into time trial modes, Remy Cavagna is pretty hard to bring back as we head through Montmel. Here's a look at today's stage. Simon, talk us through it. What are we going to see?
Well, I think the main points that we pick up on today's stage, it sort of tracks the same direction for the majority of the stage. Rolling countryside, nothing of note really to start with. Once we get to the Category 4 climb at the 82-kilometre mark, the road then swings around more to the right here, so the riders may have a little bit of crosswind there, but then the roads get quite technical, twisty, a lot of turns up and down, as I said, and these sort of climbs get larger and larger toward the finish. However, the final sort of nearly 40 kilometres of the stage is mostly downhill towards the finish line. So a very fast finish.
There's the profile of what we see on today's race. No major mountains, just that fourth category climb along the way and the intermediate sprint in the second half of today's stage. The riders have got really used to these early sprints over the last few stages. To have one so late is now creating interest because it's thinking about the tactics in order for the green jersey to get those points, or Trentin or Sagan to come back. It's good that we have this switch around of the sprints and the positions.
Well, in the mountain stages, they generally place the intermediate sprints fairly early on in the stage because they want those sprints to be contested by the sprinters. They put it too late in the stage, in the big mountain stage. They're very aware that the majority of the sprinters are going to be well and truly at the back and not really bothering too much about those points. So on the flatter stages, we've seen the intermediate sprints often quite late in the stage. In the mountain stages, they tend to be a bit earlier.
We're hearing that Posselberger may well be thinking of climbing off, which, considering he's a key man for Peter Sagan, would be a real loss if he does. He's at the doctor's car, and they're trying to sort out whatever the issue is, but there is a possibility that he's going to climb off.
Well, that's a real shame for Posselberger and a real shame for Sagan. When you look at the Bora Hansgrohe team lineup, they really only brought two riders specifically to look after Peter Sagan in the lineup, and that was Posselberger and Daniel Oss. Now, if Sagan still lose Posselberger today, early on today's stage, which are there's still two very critical stages for the green jersey, that's a big loss for Peter Sagan.
And Posselberger will do everything he can not to climb off. He will be just thinking, okay, let's try and get some treatment from the doctor. Let's try and nurse this through. It's 166 kilometres. I can get through this stage. So he'll only climb off if it's absolutely critical.
Yeah, it's hard to know without having an understanding about what his issues are. If he's having knee pain or something like that, where it's literally hurting him every pedal stroke, or he's doing something that's going to create a long-term injury, he's better off stopping. If he can push through, he can get some kind of treatment from the race doctor, he will definitely try and finish, because no rider wants to go this close to the end of the tour and not get to Paris.
No, we've only got 3 stages left. Tomorrow for him would be an easy day. He'd just ride the time trial and get inside the time cut, and then it's Paris. And every rider dreams of the Tour de France, and riders dream of finishing in Paris, no matter whether they win a stage or don't. It's a big achievement to get through the Tour de France. Van Baarle looks around, and we've got confirmation, unfortunately. Lucas Posselberger has abandoned the Tour de France with 3 stages to go.
What a shame for Lucas Posselberger and the Bora Hansgrohe team to lose an important rider like this so close to Paris. He must have had a real injury problem, and it's a real shame he had to stop.
Going on the move, Guillaume Martin has decided to go clear for the Cofidis team. He's lying 12th overall, 13 minutes and 16 seconds down. That's a bold move.
Well, as soon as we both saw Guillaume Martin jump in that break, we both looked at the general classification. How far down is he? Where can he move to on GC with a bit of time on today's stage? Like you said, that is a bold move, but hey, what has he got to lose? He may as well try and get into a break like this on the off chance this break survives to the finish.
Well, to look at where he is, 1 minute and 4 seconds would put him in the top 10. But watch Movistar next.
Well, Movistar, I think that will contribute to the chase to keep Alejandro Valverde in the top 10 and Guillaume Martin out. It wouldn't be a huge sort of effort from that team to contribute to the chase or whatever's happening behind. But we see quite a strong group of riders now assembling behind Remy Cavagna. Now, Remy Cavagna already has a minute advantage on the yellow jersey group, but like we said, a few riders, including Guillaume Martin, Dylan Van Baarle, and 3 or 4 others getting together behind to try and ride across.
This is Guillaume Martin on the front of this group with Jeffrey Soup. Dylan Van Baarle, another rider racing across. Yet again is Maximilian Waldscheid. He wants to get involved in this move as quickly as possible, and he's giving everything to get there.
B&B Hotels Vitel Concept haven't missed the move today. Looks like they've placed Bath in there as well, so they've learnt their lessons from missing the move yesterday and trying to chase with the entire team. They've got someone in the counter-attack today.
Oh, felt for them yesterday. That looked like a really horrible chase for them. During the stage, they were having to work so hard just to try and close the gap, but they just couldn't close the gap. It was a really tough period of time for them. We're heading in now to the Jura in the Nouvelle Aquitaine region. 5,000 kilometers squared, population of 260,000 people, famous for its Comte cheese and also its yellow wine. Haven't had any of that yet, have we?
Are we staying in the Jura region tonight?
I think we might be, yes.
Maybe we can try some yellow wine.
Try some yellow wine tonight, find out what that's like. I've never had it. Dylan Van Baarle looks around. In the group is Bart, Waldscheid, Soup, Martin and Dylan Van Baarle. Up the road is Remy Cavagna. Very good move by these riders. Waldscheid thought immediately, let's get in the move. Guillaume Martin now is in this move and is starting to build an advantage on the peloton. He's not giving up his dream of finishing at the top 10, is he? He's prepared to attack. He's known as a climber, but today he's sneaked into this move on the flat.
He has snuck into this move on the flat. We saw him trying to jump away a little bit in the mountain stages, and he was immediately marked by the Jumbo-Visma team. So at that point in time, he was probably a little bit too close still on the general classification. They didn't want to let him back into the into contention for the yellow jersey. However, today they seem to be quite content to let him go. Now, what is he, like around 13 minutes, 12 minutes behind? They have plenty of space, Guillaume Martin, because it's very unlikely that that break will survive with that kind of advantage.
13 minutes and 16 seconds down on the general classification is Guillaume Martin. The last stage winner for Cofidis was Sylvain Chavanel, well over a decade ago.
I saw Sylvain Chavanel this morning.
Oh, yeah, you did.
In our hotel, I had a bit of a chat with him. He looks just as fit now as he did back in 2009. He's obviously still doing a bit of riding.
It was a little bit of a pro riders reunion this morning in our hotel. Ex-pro riders. We're not allowed to be in the race bubble, so we haven't seen any current riders, but we've seen a few ex-pro riders. Mario Fischer was on the table next to me. Lovely to see him.
Yeah, it was kind of who's who of the French peloton, or the French riders from, I guess, around 10 years ago. There were a number of riders there, and sort of it's really great what ASO, the organisation of the Tour de France, do. They offer roles to a number of the ex-riders to be involved in the organisation and be drivers for the VIPs during the race. So many of these guys who are experienced in the race, they know what's going on, and they can talk to distinguished guests of the Tour de France about what's happening in the race. So really good to catch up with a number of those riders this morning, or ex-riders, I should say. It
was good to see them. Yeah, but some of them look like they could get on today and still be pretty competitive.
And some of them not so much.
Yeah, exactly. 1:42 is the advantage. Dylan Van Baarle gets in a move now. Is this gap going to be allowed to grow? Or are they going to be brought back because of the presence of Guillaume Martin? You can see there, he's 13 minutes down. The others are over 3 hours down, and some are 5 hours down.
I don't think they're any threat to Primoz Roglic's yellow jersey.
I don't think there's any issue at all with them today. But is there a point where the riders who are in the group with Guillaume Martin may say to him, would you mind not being here?
I'm not sure they would say it or phrase it in that way, but if there was a rider that was very close in the general classification in the breakaway and a number of other riders who are a long way down, who are only thinking about sort of winning the stage, there are often discussions saying, what are you doing in this breakaway? You're going to ruin it for the rest of us. And they will politely, or maybe not so politely, ask them to sit up and go back to the bunch. So that happens sometimes. But in this scenario with Guillaume Martin being over 13 minutes down, don't think that's going to impact the breakaway's chances of going to the finish. Because if it does go to the finish, it will only survive with, I would say, only a couple of minutes at best. It won't go and win with 13 minutes.
The peloton seem to be nice and calm now. They don't seem to be doing any chasing whatsoever.
Which I'm a little bit surprised that the attacks didn't go on for a bit longer today, which sort of demonstrates how tired all these guys must be. Because there's so many teams that haven't won stages who would have wanted a guy on the break today.
Here's the team presentation of the best team of yesterday, the team of Jumbo-Visma. No real surprises after their performance on yesterday's stage. They had Wout van Aert in the top 3 riders. They had Roglic in 4th. Remind us of how the team competition works, because we've had questions each week about that, and I think it's something that's not highlighted so much.
Well, it's highlighted by the Movistar team because I think they've won it about 6 out of the last 7 years or something like that. So how the team's classification works, it's calculated on the best 3 riders from any one team as they cross the finish line each stage. So yesterday the Jumbo-Visma team won that because they had a number of riders in the first group. They had over 3 riders in the first group. No other team did, I don't think. So that's why they won the classification yesterday. So the general classification with the teams is an aggregate of the best 3 riders on every specific stage. And those 3 riders can be different on any day. So it might be, like yesterday, for example, the best 3 riders from Jumbo-Visma was likely Wout van Aert, Primož Roglic, and maybe Sepp Kuss, for example. Today, it could be 3 different riders from the Jumbo team that could be the best placed for their team, and it'll be an aggregate of those 3 riders on today's stage.
And the team then wear the yellow numbers, and they're entitled in the rules to wear yellow helmets if they want.
That's right. So often what we will see in today's stage is the team that is leading the classification, which is Team Movistar. We'll see those riders actually moving up down one side of the road now, to the left of our screen and to the right of our screen. We see them with their yellow helmets. From behind, you can actually see they have yellow numbers as well. So they're distinctive from all the race numbers in the peloton.
1 minute and 10 seconds now is the gap for Remy Cavagna of the De Koenig Quick-Step team, who is up the road on the attack. Big chase down at the moment. We'll see whether this gap starts to grow even further. He's 1:11 ahead. Then the peloton is a further 1 minute 14 seconds behind.
So at some point here, Cavagna, I imagine he will back it off a little bit and wait for the group of chasers, because there's 5 strong riders coming across to him, and it looks as though the peloton are not interested in chasing this group back immediately. So they're going to let the 6 riders who are out front establish a gap, and that looks like being today's breakaway.
This is our breakaway group. Maximilian Wildscheid in the blue. There's Guillaume Martin talking into his radio at the moment. Cyril Barter is also in here wearing 212 in the green of the B&B Vital Concept team.
I think it's safe to get out the highlighter now, Anthony.
It probably is, don't you?
Can mark these names. This looks like the break of the day. Like I was saying just before the team's presentation from yesterday's stage, I'm a little surprised that not more riders have tried to find their way into today's breakaway. We worked out before the stage that there are 12 teams that are yet to win a stage in the Tour de France. So that would indicate to me that all those 12 teams would want to place a rider in the breakaway, because their best chance of getting a result in the stage is via a breakaway.
Bora Hansgrohe on the front. The rider in the green jersey is Sam Bennett. He's looking to try and take this green jersey all the way to Paris. Let's hear from Sam Bennett about his thoughts last night on the race.
Sam, this is potentially the scariest day of all of them in terms of mountains and terms of time cut. It went super well for you. You even gained time on Peter points on Peter Sagan. You used to be delighted.
Yeah.
Slightly exhausted.
A little tired, but no, I knew the start of the stage was very important. The boys got ahead of me, Trenton and Sagan, then yeah, they would have got a lot of points on me. So my focus was first that intermediate sprint, and then the rest of the stage, which was not so pleasant. But then, yeah, I was happy to get the points and get that. I think I'm above 50 points now, so it's kind of like if something happened, there's a little bit of security there at the minute.
And something is bound to happen, probably tomorrow. So
Yeah.
you have to be extremely focused on the wheel of Mr. Sagan again.
Yeah. This isn't going to stop until Paris, I think.
141.6 kilometres to go, 2 minutes 25 seconds. Remy Cavagna in the lead, being chased by Dylan van Baarle, Guillaume Martin, Cyril Bart, Jeffrey Soup and Maximilian Welscheid. We've just heard from Bora Hansgrohe that Lucas Posselberger was stung in the mouth by a bee, and that is why he's had to abandon the Tour de France.
Well, that's unlucky.
Oof, it is.
Yeah, so I guess if he has a allergic reaction to bee stings, it's pretty important that he stops quite quickly and gets some treatment for that, because if it's stung in his mouth and he has swelling in his mouth or something like that, that could very quickly affect his breathing.
You know that I said, will they have a word and ask Guillaume Martin to no longer be in the breakaway? He's no longer in the breakaway.
Well, I was kind of surprised that he has sat up there. Maybe he's already found out that there are a number of teams on the front of the breakaway and putting a tempo, so the likelihood of that breakaway succeeding is rather low, I guess. And he has sort of thought, well, if we're not going to let us go and get a decent advantage, I might as well sit up and go back to the bunch, because there is still a difficult time trial tomorrow to think about. So if he was to spend a further 140 kilometres in the break today for nothing, it's going to take a lot of energy away from him before tomorrow's time trial.
He's going to roll back to the peloton. Bora Hansgrohe are starting to ride a lot harder. They've now no longer got the might of Lucas Posselberger, which is such a shame for him, with only really today to go to get through, because then the time trial tomorrow, if it was an injury, he'd have been absolutely all right to get through that. Here's a stage winner from that team, Leonard Kemner. But as Simon said, if he's been stung by a bee in the mouth, potentially your throat can close up and be in all sorts of difficulty. So he has to get hospital treatment as quickly as possible. This is the barrage de Cise-Bolazon. This was built in the 20th century on the Aisne River, hydroelectric dam. And it supplies the towns of Guignon, Bourges, Dijon and Lyon. It's an unusual looking dam, this one, compared to the ones that we see now, a different type of structure.
Here we can see the Ineos Grenadiers team car just overtaking the peloton. It can be a bit of a nervous moment for not only the peloton but the drivers of the team car. The last thing they want to do is sort of get too close to the bunch, but it's always tricky. You see the bunch as it turned left there, it swung across down to the left-hand side of the road, so the team cars kind of got stuck in the middle of the group. So it's a bit of a nervous moment there, and the team car sort of wants to get past the bunch as quick as possible. Now he's looking to get out in front of the race so he can be there at the service of Dylan van Baarle.
Remind me of the rules as far as moving team cars up is concerned.
I'm not quite sure of the exact rules of moving team cars up. You might have to text your commissaire buddy on that one, but we have another rider sat up on the breakaway, Bath.
Bath is also sat up, so it's a minute gap, isn't it, that the riders can drop in a team car. But Ineos have had to bring the team car from the back to the front, and in normal circumstances, which you've talked about before, the team car would be out in front and drop behind.
On some occasions, what teams will do, they'll send a team car up the road in front of the race before the race starts. That way they can just travel along in front of the race, and once the breakaway is established, if they have a rider in the breakaway, they can just pull over and then speed up again behind the breakaway to service their rider in the breakaway. If they don't manage to place a rider in the break, they'll just pull over on the side of the road, wait for the bunch to come past and rejoin the convoy. But as you were saying there, the rule for when a team is allowed to send a rider generally past the bunch to service the breakaway is only after the breakaway has 1 minute advantage.
Again, looking at the barrage as we race past there. Let's run through the fines for you yesterday and the people who were in trouble.
You love this bit, don't you?
I do.
Talking about who did what wrong in yesterday's stage.
Yeah, let's just go through them all. Because yesterday was
like the
loads.
school principal.
Let's just tick off who was not adhering to the rules.
Who was naughty and who was nice.
Exactly. There was tons yesterday. In fact, look, there's even, I don't know if I can go through them all because there's 2 pages.
Why don't you just total up how many fines there were?
There was absolutely loads. The first one was Merin Zeeman of Team Jumbo-Visma, the team director, was dismissed from the Tour de France and sent home.
For being a bully.
He was. So he's been given 2,000 Swiss francs and asked to leave the Tour. Next, it's like the register, isn't it? The register of fines. Wout van Aert was penalised, 200 Swiss francs, and also penalised 10 seconds in the general classification, 4 points in the points classification and 4 points in the mountains. He was holding onto a car for too long. Not good.
I think he was probably just there chatting back to his director. Often you'll see riders, when they're speaking to their director sportif in the car, they would just place their hand on the side of the car just to steady themselves to make sure that, you know, they don't sort of hit the car with their bike or anything like that. So that's often why you see a rider sort of with their hand on the side of the car. They're not always hanging on for a tow. It's just there to make sure that they're safe.
And then the commissaire looks at it and says, we're going to fine you anyway.
Says that's naughty.
Exactly. Irregular collection of feeds inside the last few kilometres. Valentin Madouas, Viti, Movistar, Jan Hirt of CCC and Pierre Roland, plus all their sports directors were fined yesterday. The UCI increased its coffers by quite a lot of Swiss francs during yesterday's stage. Throwing of litter, Dario Cataldo, Sam Majeska and Christian Jensen, and the same for a load of other riders, including Wout van Aert and Tadej Pogačar. And that was it. Today they can feed up to 15 kilometres to go.
So how these fines work with the team? So what the UCI does, they often fine the riders for doing the wrong thing in the race, like we've just heard about from Anthony. And they will just dock that money from the team's prize money at the end of the tour. So there will be a pool of prize money that the team wins. The UCI will just take those fines and sort of, so the teams will just will receive a little bit less money.
We now have a much smaller group of riders, 135.5 kilometres to go. Remy Cavagna's still solo, and then we have the chasing group. We've lost Guillaume Martin. He did have some words with the breakaway, and then he radioed back and decided to wait.
Well, we got the highlight out too quick again.
We did.
So 2 riders sat up from the breakaway. It was Barth, I think.
Yep.
And Guillaume Martin, leaving 3 to try and bridge across to Cavagna.
We now have Dylan van Baarle, Jeffrey Soup and Maximilian Waldscheid. But this rider is not slowing up at all, is he? 155, 151 now to the chasing group of riders.
No, he's not sitting up at all. You can see he's working really hard at the front there. And with the tailwind that I thought they would have through this sort of stretch of the race, he must be going quite a high speed there. You can see how fast he's going.
Average speed of the stage so far, 55 kilometres an hour.
He's not mucking around, is he?
It's not, is he? 134.5 kilometres to go. We've already done 37 minutes of racing, and he has covered 32k. It must feel like he's He's absolutely flying today.
Oh, he must be feeling pretty good, that's for sure. Interesting to see him putting in such a big effort in today's stage because, like you said, he's a classy time trialer, Remy Cavagna. So there's no reason why he couldn't have done a good result in tomorrow's time trial stage as well.
Absolutely. Can you imagine if he just time trials the entire stage at this sort of speed all the way into the finish, and this is the fastest stage of this year's race?
It'd be one of the fastest stages of the Tour de France ever.
It would.
He's able to maintain 55 kilometres an hour all the way to the finish. But going back to the bunch there, it looked as though, I guess, Guillaume Martin and Cyril Barth sort of sat up there because they would have been told from their teammates, from their team directors, that there is a team chasing behind. It looks as though it's the Bora Hansgrohe team working hard on the front of the bunch. They are not giving this breakaway too much advantage. Also some help from Sunweb there, so we'll talk about that in a minute.
Some of the riders have got cameras on board, and it gives us a chance uniquely to go inside the peloton. So let's take a look at the best footage of yesterday as we go inside the Tour de France.
Bonjour monsieur. C'est une mission presque impossible. It's also stage 18, so some days you feel good, sometimes you feel bad. I'm threatened. Really? Yeah, it's a lot of climbing. Yeah, today will be super hard, and I hope to be there in the break again. I'm sure it's gonna be a tough day, but we'll try our best.
Voilà pour ce 18e acte remporté par le Polonais Michał Kwiatkowski, un homme qui s'impose ici au terme d'un effort de 4 heures et 47 minutes. Le numéro collectif est Richard Carapace, qui a donc laissé la victoire comme on pouvait le supposer tout à l'heure.
Fantastic footage of the two riders from Ineos Grenadiers yesterday coming into the finish there to complete an absolutely wonderful day, and a day they will really never forget as far as their professional cycling career is concerned.
Oh, most definitely, they will never forget that stage. What they were able to achieve out the front there yesterday as a team, and you can really see the camaraderie in the Ineos Grenadiers team, how happy they all were with that performance and the stage win. And it's also, it's quite nice to see a number of the messages that went around on social media off the back of that result as well.
I thought it was interesting that Bernard Thévenet said last night, for the rest of the season it might have created minor tensions within the team. I can't see that could be a scenario. I would have thought it would have brought those two guys even closer together.
I don't think it will create sort of any tension in the team. And what it sort of demonstrates is the fact that these guys are prepared to completely sacrifice their chances for each other. Kwiatkowski, I think I worked out yesterday, he's done 5 tours with this formation and between Team Sky and Ineos. And I don't think, from my recollection, he's ever gone for his own chance in any of those tours. So it's a really nice gesture for the team to say, you can go, take the stage win today. And as far as Richard Carapaz goes, he's a pure leader in the team. They brought him on as winning the Giro d'Italia last year. It looks as though now he's also going to be competing in the Vuelta a España. He has full support of the team. he will have full support of the team so many occasions. So I think it's a real nice gesture for Carapaz to also let Kwiatkowski sort of have that stage win sort of and not contest it.
We've enjoyed watching that inside, haven't we, during the 3 weeks of race, and it gives us that chance to go inside the peloton, get a different perspective from what you and I have talked about during the day stage.
Yeah, that's right. I love the footage of, there's one thing when you're inside the peloton coming into the sprint finishes, you see how hectic it is. Another really piece of cool footage you always pick up is when you hear the fans, and there are not that many fans on the roadside in this year's race. However, you see the sort of ambience from the roadside with all the fans cheering and chanting as the riders go past. And I also love the footage that they have of the team personnel celebrating when their rider wins the stage.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because that's the moment when the soigneur on the finish line just welcomes the team riders home. This is Chateau d'Andelot, which was built in the 13th century, a former stately home, and sits up there on the hillside. Yeah, it's that sense of the soigneur will have been out on the road, and here in the COVID times they're only allowed to have 2 personnel on the finish line, whereas before you could have a number of different people. So you're only allowed the soigneur, and then if you win the stage, you're allowed your press officer to be with you to go through the mix zone. Previously, you'd have had more people, but it's so restricted and so controlled. There's no photographers are allowed on the finish line anymore. They are outside of the barriers. It feels very different, but that inside footage, when you just see the soigneur who's been standing there, and they'll be getting goosebumps, they'll be hearing the commentators, they'll be seeing the giant screens, and for them it's an emotional moment when they greet their rider across the line and they finally win a stage. And the soigneur of Mikhail Kwiatkowski may well have been his soigneur for the whole time he's been at Sky and Ineos.
Most definitely. We've spoken a little bit about the unsung heroes of these teams over the past few weeks, and they're the personnel, the soigneurs, the mechanics, the directors, the guys that are working so hard behind the scenes that you very rarely see on camera. So it's really nice to get that footage of them enjoying that moment, because it's a team victory and they're very much a part of that team.
Flying across to see the peloton now, who are in one long line. The riders have cameras on their bikes, but we don't have cameras on everyone's bikes. We have a number of cameras within the peloton every day, and they are chosen by just discussion between the organisers and the teams, and it's the goodwill of the rider to carry the camera. It's not necessarily that they have to carry it.
I don't think it's necessarily the goodwill of the rider, because it's a little bit of extra weight on your bike, and I think the riders will always say, I prefer not to carry that extra weight around, particularly in the mountains. But I think it's 5 teams that they're each given a camera to place on a rider's bike, and they move it around. So the race organisation will basically say, on this particular day, it's these five teams, and it'll just be shared around throughout the race. But as far as what rider will use the camera within that team, that's down to the director sportif to say, okay, mate, if you're on the short straw, you've got to carry the camera.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but some riders don't mind it at all. But they won't generally, you won't see, say, for example, a GC favourite carrying a camera around in a big mountain stage. You know, it would be more likely one of the helpers or one of the sprinters is not going to be in the front of the race and pedantic about the weight of their bike on that particular day. So it is shared around. Most guys, will carry a camera at some point. Today, I think we could see actually Dylan Dambal had a camera on, and he's in the front of the race. So hopefully we'll get some nice footage there.
That will be nice. We just went through another milestone, 3,200 kilometres now completed in this year's Tour de France. We are getting closer and closer to the completion of this year's Tour de France. Who would have thought that we would get to the end of a Tour de France in these times?
I had faith.
You had faith all the time. Did you never doubt it?
Well, I'm not going to say I never doubted it, but I had faith.
You had faith, good. We are going to go to Paris for the completion of this race. Dylan van Baarle is sitting up. Another rider who has decided to sit up. This rider in the lead has got 2:55. The peloton are only 14 seconds behind now, the chasers.
Well, Remy Cavagna has pushed on his own, and obviously the peloton has sped up behind just to catch the rest of the breakaway. Dylan Van Bell sat up there, and I think with this we're going to see the peloton quite quickly catch the last two riders that are out front, Welshide and Soup.
This race is coming back together behind the lone leader, Remy Cavagna, who is on an absolute mission. His average speed is still 55 kilometers an hour, and he's just rolling along. And the peloton must be thinking, what is going on up the road?
Yeah, he's going super fast out there, because you can see the peloton now, it's strung out mostly in the single file, so they're going along at a cracking pace as well.
Yeah, the peloton is not going to have an easy day at all, judging by the line out that we see here at the moment behind our solo leader Remy Cavagna, because any moment now everyone will be back in there. The Tour de France in 2007 took the riders from Semur-en-Auxerrois to Bourg-en-Bresse over a total distance of 199.5 kilometers. As expected, it ended in a bunch sprint, and we saw Tom Boonen take the stage at victory. It would be the 5th of his 6 stage wins in the Tour de France. He beat, as we can see, Oscar Freire and Eric Zabel on the line. He'd also go on to win stage 12 as well in this year for the first and only time of his career. He would take the green jersey in Paris. Tom Boonen with a great sprint into Bourg-en-Bresse. Were you there that day?
I was there somewhere, probably at the opposite end of the bunch to Tom Boonen, but he was an absolute rock star of the sport in his prime there. Said, what did he win? 12 stages of the Tour, green jersey, was obviously world champion, won too many classics to count. But yeah, he was a fantastic rider and super nice guy too, actually.
Yeah, and he finished his career at a time when he was still winning races. He just said, that's it, I'm calling time on this career now. And that was a nice way to exit the sport, when you're at the point where you can still say, right, well, I'm still at the top of my, or relatively at the top of my game.
Yeah, that's right. He was still very competitive when he walked away from the sport. I do remember quite early on in the piece, Tom Boonen announcing that he was going to retire at 30.
Yeah.
So fortunately for us, he stayed around for a few more years and gave us plenty of entertainment. But yeah, very strong rider. He was still extremely competitive right till sort of the time that he chose to walk away.
And a rider now who is seen around bike racing a little bit, but not so much, but he races cars.
Yeah, so he followed his passion. He always had nice cars when he was racing. He always had a number of sports cars, and now he's doing quite a bit of competition. I ran into him at a cyclocross race in Belgium late last year, and yeah, caught up with him there, and he talked about what he was up to. So he does still have a bit of involvement in the sport. I think he does some stuff for the television networks in Belgium, helps some teams out around the Classics period. So yeah, good to see him still involved.
That was our first piece of land art of the day.
Oh, I didn't even take much notice.
Did you not?
No, can't have been any good.
It was no good. It was, for you, it would have been a 1 out of 10. And for me, I'd have given it a 2.
Oh, you're saying you're more generous with the...
Well, in the last few days, you have been. You've been harsh. 122.5 kilometres to go. Nico Roach going up to, I think, take a bottle on the right-hand side of the road. Thomas de Gent right on the back of the peloton. Our solo leader, for those of you just joining us, is Remy Cavagna, who is riding for De Kooning Quick-Step. He's gone solo, and he went solo quite early on today's stage, right at the beginning, really. And since then, he's been building a really strong advantage. He's been on the attack a couple of times already in the Tour, and break in stage 6 and stage 13. He won a stage of the Welter. Only 25 years of age, but he's absolutely cruising today. His average speed on today's stage has dropped by 1 kilometre an hour to 54, but it's a fast stage. Here's Mark Hirschi, who was really strapped up after yesterday's crash.
He's going to have a funny suntan, isn't he?
He is.
It's a bit worse for it. Oh,
Nearly crashed again.
that's not good. No, he's a bit worse for wear. You can see how much he's bandaged up there now. So I think we saw him with a number of grazes down his arm and his leg, but he is patched up there. Now that gauze that's sort of covering his legs, that's just going to be to hold those patches in place. And I think the patches are there just to protect his wounds from any kind of infection, anything like that. But it's quite a heavy fall. Often what happens when a rider crashes like that as well, they'll wake up the next day and they'll stand on their scales, because a lot of these riders will be weighing themselves each morning during the tour, and they'll be a bit heavier too, because you have quite a lot of inflammation off the back of a crash like that, with your body just sort of protecting itself. So he's going to be a bit sore and a bit heavier on his bike after that heavy crash of yesterday.
What, so your body reacts in a way that makes you a little bit heavier to protect you?
You retain fluids quite often when you crash, yeah.
Oh, okay, I didn't realise that. That's my first learn of the day.
Oh, there you go.
But the riders do, during a stage race like this, when I've stayed in hotels when the teams are, they do have scales around the doctor's office, the doctor's room, because they do weigh themselves every day to work out how much fluid they've lost.
Yeah, so they're weighing themselves pretty much every day, and that's to monitor their hydration. They're not going to see a drastic change in sort of your body fat or anything like that from one day to the next. But you'll notice if you jump on the scales in one morning and you're sort of a kilo or a couple of kilos lighter, then you're definitely dehydrated from where you were the day before. So that's why these guys will be monitoring their weight each day.
Mark Hirschi's red numbers are not staying on his jersey too much. He's spinning along there. He gave an interview yesterday to L'Equipe, and they asked him, what riders inspired you? And he said, it's hard to single anyone out. Well, first of all, Fabian Cancellara lived close to our house. He played a big part. But in recent years, I have watched Julien Alaphilippe a lot. His style of riding is super exciting. And then they asked him about his career plan, and he said, I'm going to keep on doing what I'm doing, targeting stage wins and one-day races. I know I need to be able to deal with more kilometres, but doing a Grand Tour is going to help me. But I think Liège-Bastogne-Liège, for example, I was very comfortable in the under-23s, but with the pros last year, I felt the course was too long for me. After 200 kilometres, I felt completely empty. So maybe in 5 or 6 years, I could be good on week-long races, but I'm not going to stress myself out too much planning ahead. This young rider has got an interesting way of dealing with being a pro rider and being how good he is. But do you think a race like Liège-Bastogne-Liège is the sort of race he would target and could be good at? And is he right to be thinking, I can't deal with the 200k races, I just need to build up?
Well, he's just going to get stronger and stronger the more years he does in the professional ranks. He's obviously a huge talent, and it's interesting to hear him sort of say he's not going to sort of target or name too many races that he wants to succeed in the future already. But he's a rider, like we've seen. He's punchy, he climbs well, he can time trial. He's a great all-rounder. So there's not too many races, or one-day races, or even short stage races that he won't be, or has the potential to be competitive in. You know, I think there's so many races that he could possibly do and do really well at. I'm sort of interested to hear that he hasn't sort of said like a Grand Tour. So many young riders coming through, as soon as they have any kind of success, they say, oh, they want to target, they want to win the Tour de France, or they want to aim for a 3-week-long stage race. So it is interesting to hear that he's not really trying to pigeonhole himself in any way as yet. But, you know, if Mark Hirschi dedicates himself to one-day racing, if that's what he really wants to focus on, yeah, he totally has the capabilities of winning a race like Liège-Bastogne-Liège.
The Tour de France brings everyone out. The nuns are at the side of the road to welcome the Tour de France as it flies by. 2:48. The advantage of Remy Cavagna on a peloton led by Bora Hansgrohe, who are now fully committed with 2 riders to try and keep this race somewhere close.
Yeah, so we haven't really chatted about who's on the front of the bunch, who's really controlling and keeping Remy Cavagna in check. So we have the Bora Hansgrohe riders. Now they're going to be thinking about green jersey points. with Peter Sagan. They want to keep him really in the mix, keep him in this competition for as long as possible. So they've committed to the race behind. We also see Nicholas Roach riding from the Sunweb team. Now they have a very, very accomplished sprint team and sprint train in their team as well. And they've been working for Keith Boll in the sprint stages up until this point in the race. So they might be looking for their third stage win with the team and Keith Boll's potentially first.
The pace is pretty relentless so far today. A little bit more land art.
What do you give it?
I think this one is pretty good. There's a lot of work being put into that, and I would give that a 7.
I'll give it a 7.5.
You'll be generous for a Friday. Remy Cavagna on the move. He looks like he has put in the deep section carbon wheels today. He's in an aero skin suit. Clearly this morning he thought today might be a day for him.
Yeah, so he has the full aerodynamic setup going on there. He has looks like an aerodynamic helmet. He has the full skin suit combination, deep dish wheels, like you said. But I think most of the riders will be using a setup like that in today's stage. There is a lumpy stage, but no overly long climb, so the riders won't specifically need a very light bike or a climbing bike, and they'll go for a more of an aerodynamic setup.
When you're in the Tour de France like this, and there's so much equipment on offer for a rider, different wheels, they wouldn't necessarily change handlebars or saddles or anything, as we see Tony Martin here.
Where's his sunglasses?
They've gone, taken them off already. The sun's out, so Tony's taken his sunglasses off. When do you tell a mechanic, tomorrow I want to use deep section carbon wheels, or how does it really work when you think, do you know what, I've got to the start today and I don't really like these wheels? I guess you can't really do that.
And the mechanics love it when you tell them last minute you want a different setup. No, these guys will try and tell the mechanics the night before, basically, or after the stage, what equipment they want for the next day. The earlier you can give them that information, the better. But you say there's a lot of choices. Pretty much 2 options with most things that these riders will choose from their in a bike. Some riders will have a climbing bike and a bike for the flatter stages, but it's pretty rare that that's the case. It's pretty much one frame set will be all the way through, and they'll have a choice of pretty much 2 sets of wheels and gearing. So there is a couple of different setups, but there's not like a supermarket full of choices.
Oh, really? I thought you'd be able to go to the truck and think, right, I'd like that one today, this one tomorrow, and there'd be 6 choices for a pro rider. Let's continue to admire the way this rider is riding, because he is absolutely flat out today. He's holding the peloton off. He's got almost 3 minutes. The green jersey sprint is all important today, and one rider who's won the green jersey 7 times is Peter Sagan.
Maybe 2 more sprinting stage today and after in Paris. Then today is a little bit more up and down. Then we will see. We try to control. I think also with another teams that we're gonna come to the sprint. It's very difficult because Sam is always on my wheel if I wants to try to go in break or stuff like that. And after he's faster in the sprint like that, you know. We are sprinting less, I don't know, 300 meters, 200 meters for the sprint and take points. Then we will see. I have to try my best in the sprint, and we will see how it's going. I try.
Or anticipate.
Anticipate, it's not easy.
Our solo leader is Remy Cavagna. He is on the attack at this moment, riding for the de Kooning Quick Step team. He's enjoying the first hour of racing. We've just done 1 hour of racing, click pie. His average speed is 53 kilometers an hour. He has not relented in any way whatsoever. We just heard there from Peter Sagan. The team on the front of the peloton right now is Peter Sagan's team. they are having to chase this pretty hard.
Well, they'll basically hold this gap of Remy Cavagna and won't let it go out any further. Because if they keep it within this sort of within 3 minutes, even within 5 minutes, I would say, with one sole rider out front, it means they're going to be able to drag it back later at the latter parts of the stage with a limited number of riders as well. If they let him go out here and get 10 minutes advantage, there's still every chance he could come back again. However, they would have to use a larger number of riders to close that gap down, and that would be less riders they would have to pull the sprint in the final.
The average speed, the vitesse moyenne, is 50.96 kilometres an hour. 2:42 the advantage, 112.8 kilometres to go. Bourg Hansgrohe, behind them the team of Jumbo-Visma in the yellow colours, with Primož Roglič in the yellow jersey, enjoying another day in yellow, the 10th day in the race in that yellow jersey. Remy Cavagna may well be looking at the moment at one of the fastest stages in history in the Tour de France. The fastest stage is the team time trial, won by Orica Greenedge back in 2013 in Nice. A yellow frog at the side of the road. What makes you get up on a Friday morning and dress as a yellow frog and go to the Tour?
Did you tell me that's what you want to do in a few years' time with your camping car?
You weren't supposed to tell anyone.
Do you follow the race around with a camping car, have a bottle of wine for breakfast and dress up as a yellow frog?
We talked about that this morning. You're not supposed to give away secrets like that.
Oh, in years to come. In years to come, when we're watching the Tour, we see this mysterious yellow frog on the side of the road. We know where you are, Anthony.
112 kilometres to go. Daryl Impey at the back of the group, the South African rider. Today would have been an interesting day for Daryl, with a rolling run-in to today's finish.
Yeah, and you know what? When you look at the profile of the final few kilometres of today's stage, we may see some late attacks. We may see the Sunweb riders that are going on the attack again in tandem, like we've seen in so many occasions in this Tour. It will be a hard finish to control. So hopefully we'll see an action-packed final and a few attacks.
Nico Roach now on the front of the group, helping out the Bourg Hansgrohe team. He's giving it a lot more work than he was a little while ago. Now and then he was doing some, but he is really helping them to chase this down. Yesterday then we saw Richie Porte, who was 4th overall, suddenly have trouble on the gravel section as we reach the end of the stage. So we thought we'd catch up with Richie and see how this race is going, because he rescued his 4th place yesterday. He's 3 minutes and 6 seconds down on the general classification, just behind Miguel Ángel Lopez.
Yeah, look, I think yesterday was good time trial training. It wasn't an ideal time to take a puncher there, but, you know, I think I stayed pretty cool and calm, and also the team. So bike change, but then the chase was pretty hard. But I know, you know, I must tip my hat to Dumoulin and Van Aert for being gentlemen, and Roglič and Pogačar also in the front, who, you know, let me have a chance to come back. But it wasn't easy. I mean, I understand why Mas and Lander would ride, because I do probably the same thing, but, you know, nothing straightforward in this Tour.
.110 kilometres to go. The advantage for Remy Cavagna, 2 minutes and 27 seconds as he flies along at an average speed of 50.9 kilometres an hour. Richie Porte, we talked about a little while ago. You spoke to him this morning. He had the scare yesterday, but tomorrow is a big day for him.
Oh, tomorrow is a very important day for Richie Porte and all the GC riders within the top 10. The gaps are sort of starting to open up a little bit within the top 10 now, but a bad day for any rider within the top 10 could cost them a place or two. But yeah, just going back to Richie's interview there, that he sort of said, you know, he was fortunate that he got a little bit of help to come back from in that chasing group after puncturing. I do remember in the post-race interview of Primoz Roglic, he knew that Richie wasn't there, but he didn't realise that he punctured or why he wasn't there. So I'm not sure if they so much waited for him. It was just the way the race unfolded that it propped a little bit in the front. It was Enrique Mas and I think Landa that had the most to gain out of Richie being out the back, but they weren't so organised in the front and really weren't prepared to commit to that group, keeping them apart. So Richie was lucky to come back, but he also played it quite smart. Like he said, he didn't panic. He rode as far as he could on a flat tyre until he was serviced by his team car, and then really time trialled his way back.
This is the church of Saint Laurent in Saint Laurent La Roche, as we head now towards the 100 kilometres to go on today's stage. Already we have ridden this very quickly indeed. That church built in the 10th century. The origins of the church were there in 901. It was a victim of a fire in 1866 and they replaced the flat tile roof. With inside there are murals representing the adoration of the Magi, discovered in 1992. Peloton making its way up one of the first rises, 2 minutes and 22 seconds for Remy Cavagna. Cavagna looking really strong still at the front of this race. Here's the percentage of time spent at the front of the peloton in the first 18 stages of the race. Jumbo-Visma at 22%, Bora at 19%, Bahrain now on 11 with the Ineos team on 9 and De Koenig Quick-Step on 7.6. Interesting stats.
Interesting stats, and I think obviously the Jumbo-Visma team with the majority of the time on the front of the bunch. They've had the yellow jersey with Primoz Roglic for the majority of the race. But the Bahrain McLaren team have also increased their percentage of work now too with the last couple of days, because they've really tried their luck the last couple of days. They have, you know, tried to split the race with the entire team. Yesterday we saw them with the tactics of sending riders in the breakaway and trying to have their team leader in Mikel Landa jump across to them. So it's good that they've tried a few different things to get Mikel Landa back up there in the general classification.
And they have managed to achieve what they were looking to do so far. They wanted him on the podium, but he started the week in 7th. He's now in 5th, and he's in touching distance of 4th. Yeah,
so he's raced a great final or third week of the Tour de France. You always say he's a rider who really comes good in the third week of racing. So maybe he just needs to come in a little bit with a week of hard training beforehand to stimulate that third week coming a bit earlier. But yeah, very good rider. He didn't quite have the legs to finish off the great work from his team 2 days ago, because his team really did a fantastic job of blowing the race apart. And then when it came time for him to attack, he couldn't quite go. But he recovered well from that. He was on the attack again yesterday.
But what they've learned over the last 2 days with Bahrain McLaren and knowing the approach of Rod Ellingworth, that would have given them some really useful info, because it's the first real time they've given him that leadership role within Bahrain McLaren. It will give them an idea of whether they think he could podium in a Tour de France now or not, and also how to approach his preparation.
Well, I think that would be very aware that he's capable of running a podium finish in Grand Tours. You know, he's had some phenomenal results in the past before his time with this team, but they're just learning, I guess, what they need to do to support him, how they need to set him up to achieve those results in Bahrain McLaren.
Cavagna now working his way through the first of the twisty descents, and there'll be more of these as we go on through the stage. He is not giving in at all. He looks completely and utterly focused on trying to time trial his way to the race finish. And if he does this, we are going to be way, way ahead of schedule on today's stage. Normally, for those of you who follow the race, the average speed today is predicted to be the fastest 45 kilometres an hour. Now, that's a way to ensure all the cows come home to you, isn't it?
Very creative way of cheering the peloton past.
It is. Tim de Klerk's biggest fan. 104 kilometres to go. Bora Hansgrohe and Sunweb contributing to the pacemaking. Cavagna's lead is dropping a little bit, 2:17, 2:15 now. And they're really concerned about letting him have this amount of time when we head towards the green jersey sprint. The green jersey sprint is at 49 kilometres of racing to go. We talked earlier on about teams who have not won anything yet in this race. One of them is CCC, although they've put riders in many breakaways, and Matteo Trentin is third overall in the green jersey contest, and he's secured many points in the intermediate sprints and still in with a huge shout of trying to take that jersey if he can get up there today and tomorrow. Greg van Avermaet's the Olympic champion. He's won monument races. He's been a stage winner in the Tour de France. So we thought we'd catch up with Greg van Avermaet ahead of today's stage and find out his thoughts on how he thinks stage 19 is going to go for him. Greg van Avermaet then, the Olympic champion. Let's hear from him on his thoughts on the race.
Well, I feel good. I think I survived good the Alps. I will try to do something today. Hopefully I can get in a break. But it depends a bit how the green jersey will evolve, and I think they have a little bit more the key to what it's going to be today than myself. I don't know how really what I want to go for it. It's still a big gap, I think, and yeah, only 2 chances to go, so I think we will see how it plays out. If they're not interested anymore to take it back, then probably the break has a chance.
.102.5 kilometres to go, 2:19 the advantage for Remy Cavagna. Greg van Avermaet, his interview, wanted to get in the breakaway. That hasn't really happened today. There's only one rider up the road. How frustrated will someone like Greg be in not really figuring in the race as far as the team is concerned?
Well, he's pretty pragmatic by the sounds of things. He was very aware that it's more going to be played out by what does Bora Hansgrohe do in their quest to try and get some more green jersey points with Peter Sagan. But we have seen Greg van Avermaet on the attack a number of occasions in the Tour. Quite early on in the race, we saw him sort of out the front vying for a stage win. I think he finished third in a stage reasonably early on. That was one of the summit finishes that Lutsenko won. We also saw him in today's stage, literally on the attack quite early in the stage. His move didn't go far, but he's definitely still looking for that right break. It just hasn't happened for him in this year's race.
And he'll keep trying. He won't give up. He'll just keep trying to find an opportunity, although really the opportunities are now running out. Remy Cavagna out in the lead. He won a stage of the Vuelta a España with a long solo breakaway. Stage 19 of the Vuelta in 2019 to Toledo. So he is trying to repeat another feat that he did in the Vuelta a España itself, and he's still holding this peloton at bay. Bit more land art for you. What's your score on this one?
I give that one another 7.5.
Really?
Yeah. Yourself?
Yeah, I think a 7 for me. Because it's just hay bales, isn't it, really?
That's a bit of horsepower there.
Peloton still in one long line. And Reichenbach towards the back of the group. Here's the rider's position then. Cavagna up the road, the wind at 9 kilometres an hour now.
Yeah, we see the wind at 9 kilometres an hour, but it's basically mostly tailwind for the riders. You can see here the wind direction with the red arrows pushing Cavagna along. So not an overly strong wind, but definitely playing to his favour there at this part of the stage. As we come up here a little bit further, they do get into the hills, but they change the direction as well, so the wind won't play as big a part.
Bora Hansgrohe on the front of the peloton, setting the tempo, going slightly uphill now. Remy Cavagna won that stage of the Vuelta a España in 2019 when he time trialled the last 25 kilometres solo to victory, but he'd been in the breakaway of 11 for the entire day. He's known as a time trialist, he's known as a strong rider. We've seen him in 2 attacks in this year's race, but we've not seen him time trial an entire stage like this, which is what he's doing with 2:24. And looking at the front of the peloton, it's not like they're not chasing pretty hard.
Well, they're not as, it doesn't look to be a full-out chase as they're trying to catch him right away, but they're definitely keeping him within check. Whether they want to bring him back in again before this first intermediate sprint, or they're just thinking about bringing him in time for the finish of the stage, I'm not quite sure, but they're not giving him much leeway. They definitely want to keep him close.
Inside the magic 100 kilometres to go, we go through Lens, heading towards the race finish today. We're going to twist through this particular town. It's a population of 18,000. The city owes its name to the salt sources exploited by the Romans, which in the Middle Ages made the fortunes of the families of Burgundy, Vienne and Chalon. We're going to race through here. Cavagna still at 2:23. His team car's behind him. They will be admiring a way that a young rider at 25 years of age has taken on the stage today and prepared to be out in the front, if indeed it's the plan of the day.
Well, I'm sure the plan of the day was to put riders on the attack. Looks as though they want to take away those green jersey points from Sam Bennett's rivals, so look to place riders in the breakaway. I'm not sure if they're anticipating to be up the front with one sole rider for the duration of the stage. But Remy Cavagna at 25 years of age, he showed that he has a big engine. He's recovering really well. So to be able to put in this sort of effort and ride this sort of speed on stage, sort of 19, is a very big effort.
Have you seen him eat yet? I haven't seen him eat anything on this stage yet.
No, I haven't noticed him eating at all, but the camera hasn't been on him the whole time, so I'd be surprised if he'd been racing for over an hour to this point and hadn't been eating and drinking, but you're right, I haven't noticed him eating or drinking to this point in time.
Yeah, he's already covered 68 kilometres of today's stage. And any rider who's suffering at the back must be thinking, what is going on up the road at this moment?
Right
he
on
must
cue.
have heard us.
Right on cue. You see him having a bite to eat there. It is important that he eats and drinks consistently throughout an effort like this. It's quite hot out there today. The temperatures will be above 30 degrees Celsius, at 31 at the moment. So he needs to keep his hydration up, and he definitely needs to keep his food intake up, because he's going to be working quite hard out there.
We started a stage a few days ago, remember, in his hometown of Clermont-Ferrand. We rode through the town that he was brought up in. He's got himself to stage 19 just tomorrow with the individual time trial and then the ride into Paris. So another young rider who, all being well, will complete the Tour de France. The rider who's trying to secure another green jersey is Peter Sagan. He's won 7, he was looking for 8, and he is challenging Sam Bennett for this year's green jersey, and also Matteo Trentin, with the advantage of Remy Cavagna at 2:24. Let's hear from Peter Sagan, and we're going to give you a little bit of background to this great rider.
I'm a press officer in Bora Hansgrohe team, and I take care of Peter. Only Peter can control Peter, maybe. No, Peter is a star inside and outside the sport. So I think it's stupid to try to control him. We try to help him when it's necessary.
He's resolving me a lot of problems with the things, what is happening around, the press, with stuff, with everything. Even what is going on in my normal life, then I'm gonna put everything on him. He has a difficult job.
From long time, we begin to eat sweets, normally Haribo, and it's good for the muscle, and it's good also for his mind, some sugar. So that's a routine. Now it's a long time that we are together, and we are like family, like brothers. So it's not all about races, but it's also about life.
Really funny guy, and I'm very lucky that I could find a person like him for this difficult time in my career. I think now it's not anymore like the work relationship, but more like friendly relationship.
.3 kilometres to go. A lovely insight there about Peter Sagan and the relationship with Gabriel.
Now, you've worked in cycling media for a number of years. Could you imagine being Peter Sagan's press officer?
I think it's a huge challenge.
You would never know what you're going to get, would you?
No, not at all. So he must have the patience of anyone, but also he clearly gets on really well with him, and he just understands him.
Yeah, it looks as though Sagan there has sort of created a little team of guys that he works with. You see, he's always with the same soigneur. He often has the same teammates around him at races. So yeah, he obviously has a very tight-knit little group that he likes to keep by his side, and the press officers are a very important part of that.
It is, because Sagan is in huge demand. Doesn't matter whether he's winning or losing, Sagan is always in demand at every single bike race.
Well, he's one of the biggest stars of the sport, undeniably. He's an exciting rider to watch. He's got a huge personality, and he has so many fans around the world. So, like you said, a press officer for Peter Sagan is an important role, and it looks as though Sagan has a huge amount of respect for him.
He does. And it's nice to say, you know, they're great friends, and he relies on him totally. Although he says, no matter what's going on in my life, whether it's work or personal, I put it all on him. That definitely is a challenge. Here's Tadej Pogačar, 95 kilometres to go. Is there an opportunity for Tadej Pogačar today to nick a few seconds at the race finish?
I would be surprised to see him try something in today's final. We looked over the last 20-odd kilometres of the final of today's stage in the car. It's a technical run-in, so there could be some late attacks, but the final sort of 3 kilometres of racing is quite a straight, fast run into the line. So it would be very, very difficult for a lone rider to sort of stay away from a chasing bunch. If it really breaks up and there are a number of small groups off the front, then maybe someone can jump away from that, like what we saw Søren Kragh Andersen do coming into Lyon. A situation like that, but today it would be very hard for the likes of Tadej Pogačar to gain any time.
That means that we are looking at tomorrow as the final opportunity in this year's Tour de France.
Well, tomorrow is the final opportunity to take big time out of anyone in the GC. So I imagine a lot of the GC riders today would be looking to ride as conservatively as possible, just so they have a bit of energy left in their legs for tomorrow's demanding time trial.
We'll then finish in Paris, and the update on what's going to happen in Paris on Sunday is that there will be only 5,000 spectators allowed on the Champs-Élysées for the final stage of the Tour. There'll be no access to the team paddock near the Place de la Concorde, nor to the section of the final circuit on the Rue de Rivoli just before the finish line. It will be totally restricted as far as the COVID protocol is concerned. Earlier on today, I was chatting to one of the key guys in ASO who looks after the COVID protocol itself, and wrote that before the race was taking place. And I asked him, are we going to finish in Paris, and what is the situation going to be? And he said, yep, we are going to Paris. That's the plan. 93 kilometers to go. 2:23. The gap has not changed at all for Remy Cavagna. It continues to be held at that similar time. We just raced through Lons-le-Saunier, past the Hotel Dieu and the Cordeliers Church, and now we are heading past La Fontaine-aux-Dames, which has the tough waterfall, and this next building up on the hillside, the Chateau de Pan. This is built in the 13th century on a hill 388 meters above sea level. Built in the 13th century by the Count of Burgundy, John of Chalon the Old. Sunweb continue with the pacemaking on the front of today's stage. Looking down now on our next monument for you to take in and enjoy, and I know many of you enjoy watching the monuments that we fly past. This is Saint-Pierre-de-Baume Abbey, built in the 10th century. It has a 16th century Flemish altarpiece donated by the city of Ghent within it, so it has a little bit of a link with Belgium as we ride along the route.
One thing we've noticed that the Kunig Quickstep team and the Bourg Hansgrohe team use is their specialised equipment and their specialised helmets. And one thing that's been pointed out on a number of occasions, this red sort of piece attached to the back of Remy Cavagna's helmet here. Can you tell us what that is, Anthony?
Yeah, that's a sensor that is on the back of the specialised helmets, and it is designed to help you when you can't. As we look at some nice new land art, Comp cheese is from this particular area. Nice bit of land art, and I'll give that a 7.
And with the yellow wine as well, I'll give it an 8.
Because it links in everything to do with a particular region. Coming back to that red sensor, it's there as a device to protect you before, during and after a crash. So it pairs with their ride app, and if you crash, it commences a clever little piece of kit. It commences a countdown that if you're okay, you can stop, but if you're not okay, it will then determine where you are, and it will send an alert to your loved ones and contacts about your last known GPS coordinates with a message that you need help. Interesting little piece of tech.
Great piece of technology. No, I think anything interactive like that is there with the focus of protecting the riders and communicating if a rider is potentially isolated and has any issues is a fantastic piece of technology. And I think it's worth noting as well that there is so many new pieces of technology to enable these bikes to be simply faster and lighter and perform at a higher level. But there's also a huge amount of technology going into rider safety these days and protecting the riders. And a classic example of that is yesterday we were talking about Mark Hirschi's bib shorts. The fact that it has an impact or an anti-sort of crash panel down the side of the shorts, protecting his skin in the scenario of when he crashes.
Yeah, and I think that anything that can help a rider continue in a tour, or whether you're an amateur rider riding at home and you go out and your family worry about you, because they do, then you can have that little alert or something else to make sure you're safer. Anything like that is really important. I know that some manufacturers now are putting more in thought into helmets so that they protect you even more if you do have a crash. I remember a couple of years ago, I think it was, and it can happen to anybody. Stephen de Jong, who's the team director of Trek, went out on a ride on Mallorca and didn't come home. And his wife was really worried and sent a message on Twitter. Everyone in Mallorca went out to look for him. A big group of riders went out to look for him. And they were able to find out where he was because of his Strava that he used live stopping. And they found him down a ravine at the side of the road. And he'd been there for 5 hours. and they managed to rescue him, and he's now okay. He's got no idea how it happened, because he was out on his bike riding as he always did.
I do remember that story at the time, and I couldn't remember quite what happened in the end, but yeah, all those little pieces of technology that are out there to protect the riders. It's quite interesting. We show quite often the flashbacks of racing a few years ago, and you only have to go back around 20 years, and the riders weren't wearing helmets more often than not in these stages. So that the helmet rule came in, I think it was around 2004. From that point on, it was obligatory that the riders wear helmets in the races, but it's more and more things like that coming into the sport to really try and protect the riders.
That's a little red sensor then on the back of the helmet as we head towards the King of the Mountains. This is the first climb, the Côte de Château Chalon. This climb is a 4th category climb, 4.3 kilometers at 4.7%. The King of the Mountains is led by Richard Carapaz. He has a 2-point lead on Tadej Pogačar. This means that Richard Carapaz is not going to score any points. I wouldn't think that they will bring him back before the top of this climb. So Remy Cavagna is going to ride up to the top, and all being well, will take the only points that are on offer, because it's a 4th category climb and only 1 point is on offer at the top of this particular rise. A relatively long climb, and he's been rolling along with a tailwind, flat out, averaging 52 kilometers an hour since the race started. How much of a shock to the system is this little climb going to be? Albeit he's near the end of the Tour de France and he's on great form. But going from flat roads to suddenly a big climb, does it take quite a lot out of you? Is it a bit of a shock to the system? Is he going to feel okay?
It'll be a little bit of a shock to the system. Just going from riding at sort of 50 kilometers an hour plus for the last sort of 80 kilometers to now climbing. It's a bit of a change of rhythm, so working slightly different muscles. He'll sort of probably, potentially sit back a little bit further on his seat or something like that, trying to engage his glutes a little bit more in his pedaling, but it'll just sort of break his rhythm a little bit. But we see quite a number of teams now coming to the front. We see the NTT squad in the blue and black jerseys coming up the right-hand side of the screen, left-hand side of the road for them. So we sort of see a little bit of action sort of coming to the front of the bunch here. So whether a number of teams are planning an attack or really trying to reel this break back in to relaunch things behind, we'll see in the next few kilometres.
NTT, I haven't seen them too much at the front at this point in a race. They've lost Michael Gogol today. Wonder whether they feel that a bunch sprint could be good for them today, or whether they're going to plan something else.
Well, they've had a bit of a tough run at the Tour, actually. They lost Giacomo Nizzolo quite early on in the Tour de France. They also lost their climber, Pusavivo, as well. So they're already a reduced squad, and to lose another rider in today's stage is a bit of a blow for them. But they still have some fast finishers in that team. Ryan Gibbons, extremely strong bike rider. He was sort of carrying an injury since some crashes early on in the race. They reportedly broke a rib. And they also have Edvald Bosenhagen. He's a former stage winner of the Tour, has a very fast finish, so he's a guy that could be competitive in today's finish as well.
On board with Marco Haller. He's a rider in Bahrain McLaren. One of the team who tried to mix things up over the last couple of days with great success. Still Nico Roach on the front with the Bora Hansgrohe team all behind. Jumbo-Visma on the left-hand side as we look, with Primoz Roglic on the wheel. I've noticed today that Jumbo-Visma have all changed to the Bianchi Celeste green coloured bikes, or whatever, however, blue, green, Celeste. It is
that traditional Bianchi colour.
Yeah, they've all changed to those other bikes.
Yeah, whereas in the mountains we saw the majority of the team riding a black frame.
Bianchi black.
Bianchi black. So we actually received quite a number of questions about people inquiring about why would they be riding different coloured bikes in the mountains and that sort of thing. So maybe they kind of have, like what we spoke about earlier, two different sort of frame options, one being a climbing specific bike and one more of an aerodynamic frame. Often the climbing frames don't have any paint, or they have a very thin layer of black paint on them just to save a bit of weight, because to have a bike painted can be quite a bit of extra weight. They say can actually be up to sort of 200 or 300 grams of extra weight to have a painted bike versus sort of a raw black one. So maybe in the mountains they were using that black frame because it was slightly lighter, and now they have this Bianchi green colour, their traditional colour, for the flatter stages and their aero bikes.
Really stunning area here as we go through the vineyards. The peloton working its way towards the top of the climb. And Remy Cavagna is still doing a huge amount of work out here in the break. This particular region which we're just riding through is well known for the Jura and Franche-Comté wines. Very diverse Jura vineyard expanding over 1,850 hectares. He's 2 kilometers from the top of the climb. In this particular region that we just saw, natural white wines, Chardonnay and Sauvignon grapes, or reds made with Pulsard. There's also Pinot Noir from this particular area, and the Vin Jaune, which is yellow wine, which are made in this particular region. They were originated in the most famous of the Cistercian abbeys, the Benedictines of Chateau Chalon. They gave birth to yellow wine from the Jura. And we are in the Jura region today. As you drive in here, there's no doubt you're in the Jura because everybody has got Jura flags out.
They're very proud of their region, aren't they?
They certainly are. It was nice driving in today. There's so many people in the towns and villages by the side of the road, all decorating their gardens. They were already out this morning when we drove in, which was pretty early. I'm sure they've got the yellow wine, they've got the Comte cheese, and they're just settling in for a day of cheering on the Tour de France. The Tour de France over the last 3 weeks has come under a little bit of fire by a couple of the local mayors who have said that they need to think about the ecology of the race, and they also need to think about a women's Tour de France. And Christian Prudhomme gave a speech yesterday where he basically defended the Tour de France but said that everyone should be working together and not being critical of the situation, and that the Tour de France, particularly in these times, is bringing people together and making the French proud of their regions and countries, and that they would continue to do so. And it's a speech that's been met with great reception by much of the press and by the people of France. 1 kilometre to go to the top.
Well, I think the French public are extremely proud of the Tour de France. Whenever you meet somebody, a French person, and from my experience in the past, you say you're a cyclist or we're a cyclist or anything like that, and the first thing they like to tell you about is when the Tour de France went past their house or went into their region and watching that, and their memories of watching the Tour de France and cheering the race go by throughout their childhood, or whether they still travel to watch the Tour now. So it probably reiterates what Christian Prudhomme was saying, that the French public are very proud of the Tour, and they really enjoy it when it does pass through their hometowns and regions.
And they make massive effort to decorate the route, and on these times where everyone's being asked to be socially distant and to not be in big crowds, I think it's even brought them more out onto the streets in their particular towns. When we're driving in today, every garden had something in it. People were out sitting on chairs at the side of the road, just getting ready for the Tour arriving. And when you are in a time of suffering or a time of isolation, it unites a country. And that's, I think, what it's managed to achieve over the last 3 weeks of racing across France. Remy Cavagna enjoying seeing the crowd in this town as he makes his way to the top of the only climb of today's stage. 440 metres to go.
Well, undoubtedly there is less people on the roadside this year than what we've experienced at the Tour de France in the past. But all of these crowds that we're seeing on the roadside now, they look like basically local people from within the villages that the riders are racing through. And they've come out, they've painted the road, as we can see here, they've put up signs, done their land art that Anthony's ranking really poorly today, and supported the race.
Nico Roach on the front. There's the gantry across the road. Remy Cavagna is almost there. First over the top of the only climb of the day, the Côte de Chateau Chalon, is Remy Cavagna. 1 point to him in the King of the Mountains. But really his intention is to get further up the road to the green jersey sprint. 1:53 his advantage. Peloton being led by Sunweb in the white and black, Bora in that green coloured kit with white, NTT in the blue. Jumbo-Visma now and then appear at the front as well. Now Cavagna will settle back into his rhythm, into time trial mode. The legs are going to hurt a little after that climb. Confirmation of the top of the climb, 1 point to him. And now he'll settle back in and try and get a continuation of the speed he's been flowing at.
Well, that speed's probably a little ways away yet, because Remy Cavagna's gone through that Category 4 climb, and now he will have to continue to climb for another couple of kilometres. And then, unfortunately, he doesn't get to enjoy a descent as yet, because after that point, it plateaus out, and then this continues to climb up ever so slightly more. He will have a short descent after around 95.5 kilometres of racing, but actually the road continues just to keep going in little steps all the way up to kilometre 132 before he will enjoy a sort of a longer downhill.
NTT over on the right-hand side. Omar Freile on the front for the Astana team with Izagiri behind him, and then Miguel Angel Lopez. Not far behind is Ryan Gibbons in the South African champions colours. Ineos Grenadiers are all there, sitting behind the team of NTT. Nico Roach is doing a lot of work on the front, still bandaged up after the various falls that he's had. But he's not going to give in, is he? Another day like today, and then tomorrow the time trial, and he'll finish another Tour de France in Paris. He's had a long career, Nico Roach, now.
Oh, Nico Roach has been around for many, many years now. Across a number of teams, he's had sort of his personal successes along the way, and he's been sort of an important teammate for a number of sort of great team leaders as well. And now we see him literally riding the front, towing the peloton along. Oh, they're setting up a sneaky late attack from one of his teammates or his team sprinter, Kees Bol, to go for a sprint state, the bunch sprint.
On the back of the group at the moment, towards the back is Kees Bol, just sitting in the slipstream today. Doesn't have to worry too much until we get towards the end of the stage. The wind, the flags, is the wind now starting to come from the side rather than from the back?
Yeah, you can see the wind is blowing against Remy Cavagna's right shoulder here, and that's because he's enjoyed a tailwind for the majority of the stage, and then the roads have swung around to the right. So the wind is coming a little bit from the right-hand side, and that is why we'll have seen so many teams crowd around at the front of the bunch. Remy Cavagna is going across the top of a plateau here by the looks of it, so that's going to be fairly open and exposed. If it's a crosswind, like I anticipate it is, the riders will all want to be up the front and well placed in case it starts to split up.
Cavagna clearly now starting to feel that wind and also feel the terrain. Have to be impressed by him though. He's done 84 kilometres in the lead at an average speed of 49 kilometres an hour, even with that climb. So he is putting in a very impressive performance as we see the front of the peloton now starting to change formation a little.
Well, now it's starting to sort of string out a little bit. You can see the flags there blowing quite a strong wind across. No one wants to get caught out by that wind, so that's why they're all up the front and really paying attention to what's going on and what the teams at the front of the bunch are doing.
A rider we saw on the attack a few days ago is from Israel Startup Nation, and that is Dan Martin. So we thought we'd find out from Dan how the race is going for him, as we caught up with him this morning at the race start. Dan Martin, Israel Startup Nation, a stage winner, of course, in the Tour de France. Let's hear from him now.
Obviously losing Andre yesterday was a bit of a blow because he was our plan A for today, but we also have Hugo Hofstetter. You know, he's proven already that he's sprinting really well in this tour, and he's come from the mountains as well. So yeah, we have obviously, there's also the other guys for the breakaway, like Nils and Tom are also, and Chris as well. We have a strong team to try and get into that break today, and hopefully it goes to the finish and gives us a, so we can get obviously tomorrow chances are restricted in Paris as well, so this is the last real big opportunity to really try and get a stage victory for the team. I didn't really have the legs yesterday, you know, it's like, I've got to be honest, I was pretty tired after the day before in the break, but yeah, hopefully we wake up better today, and yeah, I will definitely be, if it's a bigger group going, I'll definitely try and be there, because it's nice to be in front of the tour always.
Coming up to 81 kilometres to go, Bora Hansgrohe still on the front. The advantage 1:55 from Remy Cavagna, the De Koning quick-step rider, to the peloton. He continues with this lone attack of the day. Dan Martin, his interview, Israel Startup Nation have to change their plans a little because Andre Greipel has already finished 6th on a stage. Now they need to switch to Hugo Hofstetter or a different opportunity on the run-in.
Well, Dan Martin also acknowledged there that this is pretty much their last chance of doing anything as a team. He said they don't really have any time trial specialists for tomorrow's stage, and the chances are pretty limited on Sunday. So that's why I kind of thought we would see a bit more of an aggressive start today in the stage, and more riders wanting to jump in the breakaway. Like we've spoken about, with 12 teams not having won a stage, of those 12 teams, there's sort of 3 teams that are up there on GC. So that still sort of really leaves 9 teams that are facing the likely scenario of not really achieving much in this year's tour.
This is Caleb Ewan, who is now starting to suffer on this little rise.
That's not a good sign for my tip for the stage.
It's not, no. Is he just going back to cars, or is he suffering? He looks like, to me, he's dropping back. Yeah,
he's definitely not going back for cars, because if he was going back for cars, he'd have his hand in the air looking for service from his team car. But his team car's sort of come up there now, and he's got a bidden. But you normally wouldn't drop back that far in the convoy just to get a bidden. If all you wanted was a fresh bottle, you would drop back to sort of last place in the peloton, and you would raise your hand indicating to the jury or the director's car behind that you wanted service from your team car. At that point, they would get on the race radio or radio tour and tell your team car to move up and give you or service the rider that needs the help. He wouldn't be dropping back that far in the bunch or that far in the convoy just to receive a bottle.
And Caleb has already done the hardest part of this tour. So today, he just needs to stay in there.
Yeah, he needs to stay in there, but this is a sort of a tough, sort of undulating stage. So any fatigue that he's going to be carrying from these mountains, he's going to be really feeling it in this rolling terrain in the Jura region. Especially when the average speed today is so high that they're not hanging around at all today. No, the average speed has been very high, but for the first sort of 80 kilometres of today's stage, it's also been fairly flat. It's only in the second 80 kilometres or so of today's stage that it does start to get a lot more lumpy. So it's not a good sign for him if he's already starting to struggle at this point in the hilly section of the stage. Remy Cavagna trying to kick on a little more because the gap has suddenly dropped quite a lot to 1 minute and 35 seconds under the influence of Sunweb and also Bora Hansgrohe. Here's our wind direction, Simon, with where Cavagna is. So as I mentioned before, the riders sort of swung around to the right following the King of the Mountain climb. And they're on a very open and exposed section here. You can see they're riding sort of along the top of a ridge line. The wind is going the same direction as it has done for the stage so far, but now the riders are feeling that wind blow from the right-hand side, and it's picked up to 20 kilometres an hour, so it's quite strong too. Yeah, more significant than it was, and higher than we anticipated it would be, because we were looking at pretty light winds for today's stage. Sagan now is sitting behind his team as we continue along the road. The pace still being set is pretty high. We saw earlier on today Lucas Posselberger drop out of the race. One Bora Hansgrohe rider who's at the back is Leonard Kemner, who's already won a stage.
Julian Alaphilippe having a little bit of a sweet drink so he can continue on today's stage. A little bit of drink and food to go on board. It's a very warm day. Looks like Caleb Ewan may well have got himself back into the peloton, sitting alongside Roger Kluge.
You could see when Caleb dropped back before, one of his teammates rode up beside him just to have a quick chat with him, and he was probably just checking to make sure he was okay. Caleb sort of shook his head pretty quickly, and his teammate went on to get back up to the top of the back up and rejoin the peloton. So hopefully Caleb's not in any difficulty, but maybe he was just going back for a drink and back to have a quick chat with his director sportif.
Whilst we fly over this lovely countryside, the Cirque de la Doye, it's an area around the particular town of Côte de Château-Chalon. A few quick hellos. We've had so many messages over the last 3 weeks. We thank you very much for all of them. You've kept us entertained throughout the Tour de France. So a quick hello to Anne Grams and Anastasia Nemec, Rico Kurza, and also to Ryan and Benjamin and William Hulland, who've been watching the Tour all the way through the last 3 weeks. This is the Cirque de Baume. One rider who we have seen on the attack during this race is also one of the workhorses for the team of Mitchelton Scott, who had the yellow jersey earlier on in the Tour de France with Adam Yates. Christian Jensen comes from Denmark. He also has Irish ancestry as well. We thought we'd catch up with him to find out about the race. Here's Christian Jensen.
It's the epicenter of cycling whenever the Tour is on, especially this year with COVID. It's been great to actually be part of the Tour, and we've had it's been although it's 3 weeks ago almost we had the yellow jersey. Then holding the yellow jersey in the biggest race of the world has obviously meant a lot for the team and given us other riders domestique something to do. And then we also had our hands full throughout the whole race with some hard mountain days and trying to get in the breaks and trying to help Mezgec win some sprints. So it's been an eventful tour, busy tour, and as always a hard tour. Oh no, I think today is one of a good opportunity for a rider like Luca. He's shown that he's probably the sprinter that's handled the mountains the best. So hopefully he's come out of the last couple of days feeling relatively good, and we'll do everything we can to sort of support him in the final. One thing the Tour has shown, especially this year, is that everything we expect before the start has usually shown to be something completely different when the stage has actually started. So it could be 20 guys, it could be 2 guys, but obviously with so many strong sprinters and so few sprint opportunities throughout the last 3 weeks, then it will most likely end up as a bunch sprint. But it's technical in the final, so there'll also be some GC teams looking after their captains. So it's a recipe for a hectic finish.
.75.5 kilometres to go, 1 minute 25 seconds the advantage for Remy Cavagna. A rider we don't get to hear too much from, Christian Jensen. He's a Danish rider, but you'd never know it.
Well, as you said, he's Danish, but he spent a large portion of his childhood growing up in Ireland. So that's why he has that funky accent. But quite the character in the team, in the peloton. They used to call him the Joker in the Mitchelton Scott team. I'm not sure if he still holds that nickname now, but yeah, quite a character. But interesting hearing him talk about Luka Mezgec. He's not a rider that we've really chatted about much in these bunch sprints, but he's a very complete rider, Mezgec. And it sounds like he survived the bigger mountain stages really well. He finished second on the stage into Lyon, winning the bunch sprint behind the breakaway rider in Soren Krauer Andersen. So he could be a real danger man in today's finish.
Yeah, when you look at that running, he beat Sagan, he beat Pedersen, Jasper Stuyven. He's been involved in the mix in many days. He's certainly been up there. He's not got the big result yet, but that sprint on that particular day was the strongest performance we've seen from him yet, and he would have been really disappointed with the rider being away. This looks like fun. That just shows you the speed that the peloton is rolling along at.
The horse can't keep up.
And they look like they're taking it relatively steady, even although he was absolutely galloping along the road. 1:17, 74.3 kilometres to go. Remy Cavagna now making his way into the next town. I think this is Picaro we're just going into, a little farming village located on the Roman road. Our next bit of land art.
A few backpacks.
That's clever.
Very resourceful, these kids.
It is. I'm going to give that an 8. Maybe 8.5, actually.
That's a bit generous.
Well, no. I think that's resourceful, it's interesting, and it's probably taken them weeks.
I probably took him about 5 minutes. I'll give him a 6.
That's harsh. 1:19, the advantage. Is Cavagna now starting to suffer out there?
Yeah, Cavagna looks like he's lost a little bit of momentum out there. We see the gap now has reduced down to 1:18. He's lost a couple of minutes relatively quickly. So whether he just went out a little bit too hard and he's starting to sort of pay the price for that effort. But yeah, he definitely doesn't look as sprightly as what he did maybe 20 or 30 minutes ago.
No, 20, 30 minutes ago, he was flying along at over 50 kilometres an hour. Now, he is starting to look a little bit more laboured on this effort, but it's still an impressive effort so far on today's stage of the Tour. We always look back at times in the Tour de France, and in a moment, we're just going to look back at stage 19 of the Tour in 1964. In 1964, the first time in its history, the Tour de France started a stage in Champognole. The stage would head to Thonon-les-Bains, 195 kilometres. Rudy Altig was in the yellow jersey, but the stage was claimed by a 14-man sprint by Jan Janssen, beating Bokland and Denson to the line. It was the second of the Dutchman's 7 stage wins on the Tour, and Janssen would later go on to win the Tour de France in 1968. I love those grainy old images of the Tour de France.
It makes it feel like a long time ago, doesn't it?
It does. Remy Cavagna continues with this pace-making. Stage winner in the Vuelta a España, 25 years of age, comes from Clermont-Ferrand. If you've just joined us now, this rider has been on the attack all day today, and he has been setting a pretty prolific pace. 48 kilometres an hour, still his average speed, after what is now coming up to 2 hours of racing. We're at 1 hour, 59 minutes and 30-odd seconds. He's had the team car behind him all day. The gap is not growing, though. It's being held by Bora Hansgrohe. Clearly, Bora Hansgrohe have decided that today is the only day to bring this gap in the green jersey back to a more manageable level.
Well, it's safe to say if Peter Sagan doesn't take a significant amount of points on today's stage, it will be extremely difficult for him to beat Sam Bennett in the green jersey competition. The Bora Hansgrohe riders there on the front, they're controlling the pace, and they have the gap down now to 1:20 on Remy Cavagna. So from this point in time, there's still around 20 kilometres to go, or slightly over 20 kilometres to go to the intermediate sprint. So from this point, they could catch Cavagna before that intermediate sprint, which will mean there's 20 points up for grabs for the first rider in the peloton.
And that's going to be their aim, surely, that they want to bring this back, give Sagan the best opportunity possible to take those points and then set him up for the run into the finish.
Well, that's right. And if you look ahead to the intermediate sprint on today's stage as well, it actually climbs up for around 3 kilometres or even more to that sprint. So it's a sprint that suits Peter Sagan more so than Sam Bennett, and a really good opportunity for him to take those points. If he was able to take 20 points in this intermediate sprint, I think that would give him a massive boost of confidence going into the finish of today's stage.
Today's stage, over 1,900 metres of climbing. Yesterday, to give you a comparison, was about 4,500 metres. But That's pretty significant, 1,900 metres of climbing and 166.5 kilometres. So today, this stage is by no means flat. It certainly has got a fair few challenges along the way for the riders to complete.
Well, not only is the stage not flat, but it's also very twisty. As you can see, the riders are sort of winding their way through the roads here. So from this point on the stage, it is very windy roads. So the roads will get significantly narrower as the riders near the final 20 kilometres of racing as well. So it's a sort of terrain that they'll have to stay very concentrated. They're going to want to stay up the front, because the further back the riders are sitting in the peloton, the more likely they will be caught behind any potential crashes, and the more the peloton will string out, and they'll have more of an effort to come back after each acceleration.
To give you an update on where the intermediate sprint is, 49 kilometres to go in Mornan. So we're not far away already from that intermediate sprint, 21 kilometres, and then Remy Cavagna will reach it. The question is whether there's going to be a massive surge from behind here to bring him back before that sprint, or whether he can start to accelerate again, whether those legs are now starting to really hurt. Little computer in front of him, that's going to give him lots of information, both on where he's going and also how his legs are performing. Would he keep an eye on his power at this sort of time, or will he just go into old school mode of let's just go for this?
I think he'll be riding largely on feel at this stage. He won't be sort of trying to ride to a certain power output, but he'll be sort of monitoring his computer to see where he's up to in the stage, what's coming up. He obviously has a race radio in his ESR two-way radio system, so he'll be in constant communication with his director sportif in the team car following, and he'll also have information about what's going on behind in the peloton too. So he'll get that information from either his teammates that are sitting in the bunch here, or the director sportif that's in the team car following the peloton.
Just towards the back was Dario Cataldo. Mark Hirschi has sorted the red numbers out a little, so we can at least see them today as the most combative rider of yesterday. The riders have their numbers stuck onto their jerseys. You mentioned they get new numbers every day. I think you mentioned that a few days ago.
Yeah, a few weeks ago now, feels like, actually.
Feels like.
Yeah, so just to explain, the riders will get a fresh set of numbers every stage, excuse me, that they race in the tour, when they'll receive those numbers. So when the team buses arrive at the start line of the stage or in the start area, someone from the race organisation will be there with an envelope, and they'll hand someone in the team bus an envelope, and that'll contain all the results and all the details of the previous stage, and as well as a fresh set of numbers for the riders for that following day. So every day the riders will have new numbers, and like you said, Anthony, they're adhesive, so they'll stick on the back of the jerseys. Every now and then they'll come unstuck, like what we saw Mark Hirschi's sort of numbers do earlier on in the stage. So riders will often stick a safety pin across the top of them as well, just to make sure they don't come undone.
Fast downhill now for Remy Cavagna. Maybe this will get him back into his stride to try and build up his advantage a little. We're in the Jura department now. The first time that the Jura hosted the Tour de France was in 1937. The Frenchman Henri Poupeau won in Lons-le-Saunier. We just rode through there a little while ago, and we haven't stopped in this particular region too often, but it's become a more popular spot recently in the Tour. 5 times in the 21st century we have had a race in the Jura region. In addition, in the 2012 Tour de France, we had a stage in nearby Swiss Jura where Thibaut Pinot won at Porrentruy, his first Tour de France victory. Looking down on the peloton with one long line on the front, with all the other riders sitting in the slipstream. One rider who we've really noticed in this year's race comes from the EF Pro Cycling team. He's a young American rider, and he has certainly made his presence felt in this year's race. We caught up with Neilson Paulus earlier on today to find out his thoughts on today's stage. Here's Neilson Paulus of EF Pro Cycling.
it's always interesting. Last sprint stage, well, I mean, not the last sprint stage, that would be Paris, but the last flat stage before we arrive into Paris, and there's still an opportunity for a stage win today for a lot of teams. So, yeah, we're expecting the unexpected, just trying to prepare for a hard race, and we're not expecting it to just, you know, roll easy off the front. And although that would be nice, it could be a fight for the breakaway, because like a lot of teams know that it's they're kind of their last opportunity. And yeah, we're definitely going to give it a go out there. Maybe I'll try to take up a bit more of a support role today, but I think at the same time that could see me up the road. So yeah, I think we have a number of cards to play today, and yeah, hopefully we can race aggressively and try one more time for a nice result.
Racing towards Krotny now. Out on the course, our lone leader is still Remy Cavagna as we head towards the intermediate sprint. The last two Tour de France stages that arrived in the Jura de Parmont have been won by Sylvain Chavanel and Lilian Calmejean. A good hunting ground for the French. They won in Les Rousses in 2010 for Sylvain Chavanel. There's been a very low number of French riders, though, winning in this year's Tour de France. Only 2 stages so far have been won by French riders. Julien Alaphilippe and Nons Peters, of course. It's a very low number. But can Remy Cavagna do it today? Can he pull out this effort a little more and hold on and win the stage after 66 kilometres? The intermediate sprint is now only 17 kilometres away. Because of that, are we going to start to see a change in the way the peloton is riding?
Well, it doesn't look as though we're seeing much of a change as yet. It's still very much the Bora-Hansgrohe riders. So they're still setting the tempo there, and they're not bringing its brake back now. So that would indicate to me that they're not maybe so interested in bringing it back for the intermediate sprint, because I think with around 15 kilometres or 16 kilometres to go to the intermediate sprint, they might like to have it a little bit closer. However, it does climb for a number of kilometres before the sprint itself, so maybe they think they'll just accelerate at that point, make it difficult for all the other sprinters, and set Peter Sagan up to go for the sprint. But it was interesting there listening to Neilson Powless chat in his interview. He's had a great tour. He may not have won a stage, but he's definitely had a big impact on the race, and it certainly made me aware of who he is a rider and his capabilities. It was so good to see him attacking with so much confidence from the breakaways it's in. There's one thing getting into the breakaways, and there's nothing having the confidence to attack those breakaways in the final. So it was really good to see a sort of another young American talent coming through and having an impact on the race. Yeah,
I think it's been great to watch him. He's been really entertaining. He's been on the attack. He's not been worried about this being his first Tour de France. He has given it everything. He's given himself a really good showcase, and he's also given himself the best chance of winning a stage and hasn't been scared of attacking. As we go past the aerodrome now, and when we look at the route of today's race, we are almost in Champognole right now, but we're going to do this big loop.
Well, as we near the intermediate sprint with 49 kilometres to go, we're extremely close to Champognole. And then the riders do a bit of a loop round where they'll go across a few more undulations and then loop back into Champognole from the other direction. So as far as the conditions go and the roads go, at this point the riders will be starting to get a bit of a feel for what's coming up.
There's the aerodrome in Champognole. The sprint is going to be in Mornan. We're going to be right down by the river at the River Pert de Lanne. This region, well known for the Tour de Lanne itself. We drove through one of the stage finishes on our way here from a year or so ago. Cavagna now concentrating hard. He looks still strong. and he's built his advantage a few more seconds, 1 minute 20. At the back of the group, Israel Startup Nation, a couple of their riders sitting right on the back, and they have done most of today. Guy Neve is one of them, and Hofstetter is another who is sitting at the back. Going through the feed zone, where the soigneurs hand out the musettes, that's the bags that they are holding in there. Lots of different things for the riders to choose. One rider who was brought here to look after one of the favourites is a British rider called Connor Swift. He looks after Nairo Quintana out on the road. Nairo has been suffering over the last few days, but Connor has still been doing his job in looking after Nairo as he continues to try and finish this year's Tour de France. Quintana's now in 17th place, riding for Arkea Samsic. Let's hear now from Connor Swift.
We kind of want someone in the breakaway today. It's kind of the last opportunity for the team for like a stage win or to get up there on a stage. So yeah, kind of hopefully have someone in the breakaway. If there's a big group that goes, and hopefully the sprinters team don't all emerge, and then it's only 2-3 guys up the road, because then we probably won't be there. And then in the final, then we'll probably be going for Clement Rousseau to see how we can do in the sprint.
How are the legs after the Alps?
Yeah, not too bad. What stage are we on? 19. Stage 17, I had quite bad legs, but yesterday's stage they came around, and I was with the front bunch until the last climb of the day. So I was quite happy to get that far into the stage, with the front bunch.
So today you'll be flying?
Yeah, today I'll be flying. Yeah, no problems.
63 kilometres to go. Just to update you on what's happened on the race so far, we saw an original breakaway started by Cavagna. Then we saw a group of 5 chasers who were ultimately caught by the peloton. They went back to the peloton in 1s and 2s, leaving Remy Cavagna out in the front at 1:19 with 63 kilometres to go, heading towards this intermediate sprint. Going back to Connor Swift, a young rider in his first Tour de France. His job has been to look after Nairo Quintana, who's not had the best Tour de France, even although before the race we thought he was looking like a real contender. He's suffered with crashes and a little bit of illness and a rash that's come up after falling in a ditch. But Connor will have learnt a lot in his first Tour de France, looking after a leader, but now set fair to finish in Paris.
Yeah, Connor certainly would have learnt a lot in this tour. You take away so much from your first experience in the Grand Tour, in particular the Tour de France. He looked like he was doing an outstanding job looking after Nairo Quintana on the flatter stages. We saw him up the front, protecting Nairo Quintana in the wind and having him in all the right positions exactly when he needs to be there. So a real shame for the Arkea Samsic team and Nairo Quintana that he has had that bit of bad luck and really dropped out of contention. He would have had high aspirations for the tour. We were speaking about him as a real podium contender coming into the race.
Nairo Quintana, who won races before the lockdown started, he looked like he was thriving in Arkea Samsic. He looked like he was having the best legs we've seen for a long time. And in fact, in this race, I think until he had that crash, he was looking really strong. In the early stages of the tour, he was making the moves, he was in the right positions.
Yeah, that's right. And there were a number of the other GC favourites who sort of earmarked Quintana for quite early on in the mountain stages as the man to watch. They said he was looking very, very comfortable.
Simon, let's take a look at the wind direction, and this is where we're going.
So again, the riders have turned back into a bit more of a tailwind section, but coming up to Montrond here in a couple of kilometres, they'll take a sharp turn to the right and then hold that direction towards the sprint. So at that corner, there's a 90-degree corner to the right. They may speed up significantly into that corner because across towards the intermediate sprint, it does look very open and exposed again, and they will potentially have some strong crosswind.
And the wind is at 20 kilometres an hour. Normally, you've said that is a speed that starts to be on the edge of concerning for the peloton, where anything could happen.
Well, depending on the speed of the peloton, but if the peloton are going on the flats and going quite fast, a 20-km/h wind from the side can really string the bunch out even more so. If you're climbing, or if the pace is a little bit slower, or again, if you see it sort of protected like through these trees here, you don't notice a 20-km/h wind quite so much.
1 minute 20 seconds. Remy Cavagna still the leader as we head towards Montron now. We just saw the Montron Tower, which was built in the 13th century. Tower of a fortified castle built by Otto II, the Count of Burgundy. Remy Cavagna with all the motorbikes behind him. We just saw Renat Schotter, who is the journalist from Belgian television, there on the motorbike, talking into the microphone. He's been on the motorbike for many of the key stages of this year's race. There are some journalists who do that on occasion, and some of them who do it for the entire race. So Renat is one of them. Thomas Volkler is on a motorbike for French television, and Adam Blythe is on a motorbike for American television.
Have you ever followed the race on a motorbike?
No, I haven't. Have you?
No.
I don't think it would be something I'd like to do.
That'd be great.
You think?
Imagine how much you'd see on the side it'd be just like being in the peloton, but you wouldn't have to pedal.
Yeah, true. I'd just be concerned about flying down I'd do it on a flat stage. I don't know if I'd want to be on a motorbike coming down the Alps. Would you?
I don't know. Wouldn't be too bad.
Well, you've done it on the bike, so I think you'd be all right.
They've got a bit more grip, a motorbike, than a bicycle, a bit of a wider tyre.
Yeah, true. I think on a flat stage it would be wonderful to do, actually. I do agree, having thought about it. Tim de Klerk at the front. He's just going through to get maybe musettes or have a stop. Back of the peloton is now a little bit calmer. Here is Thibaut Pinot. Tomorrow he will literally ride through his hometown on the road to La Planche de Belleville. It's not going to be the return that he really wanted, but he's hoping to finish in Paris at the end of this race. And then Thibaut Pinot, he's obviously managed to get through the treatment okay, and the legs are starting to come round and the back maybe not quite so sore. So thinking about races coming up, he potentially in one-day races could have some good opportunities.
Yeah, without knowing what his racing program is off the back of the Tour de France, I think it's really important for Thibaut Pinot to actually just complete this tour. We see him, as he's had either fantastic results in the tour or we've seen him abandon. But his track record of getting to Paris is not that great. So I think as for far as the races to come, it's been really good that he's been able to sort of recover from his back injuries enough just to get through the race. I'm sure he's going to be very disappointed that he's not up there and contending for the overall victory or for a podium finish like what he would have wanted sort of coming into the race. But yeah, it is a very relevant step that he looks like getting to Paris now.
It's good for his mindset to get to Paris because, as Simon mentioned, his record of finishing the Tour de France is really not great. He's abandoned on many occasions. There's Mark Hirschi. Just had a little bit of ice down the neck. It's very warm outside. Rider now who is on the podium of the Tour as we head towards the individual time trial tomorrow is the Astana rider Miguel Angel Lopez. He stands 1 minute 27 down on Primož Roglic and only 30 seconds behind Tadej Pogačar. So it's still anyone's position on the podium as far as Miguel Angel Lopez is concerned. So we caught up with him earlier. Here he is.
Yeah, I'd say that we've had a pretty good Tour de France up until now. We've been enjoying it day by day, and thank God, everything has gone according to plan so far. Today is just about making it to the finish line without any problems. Then tomorrow we have the individual time trial, and I think it's going to be another beautiful day of racing. We're heading into the business end of the race. I've already been on the podium of the Giro and the Vuelta, and now I'm getting close to achieving something very special on the Tour de France. And as I say, tomorrow is going to be another beautiful day.
58 kilometres to go, not far from the intermediate sprint, 9 kilometres until we reach there. coming back to Miguel Angel Lopez, tomorrow he has got a big opportunity. 1:27 down on the general classification. He's 30 seconds behind Tadej Pogacar. For him, would just finishing on the podium be the achievement he wants, or will he in one part be thinking consolidate podium, but the other thinking I can finish second or first here?
I think from this point it would be very difficult for him to move up on the general classification. If there was another very difficult long summit altitude sort of finish, then maybe he'd have his eyes set on moving up on the GC. But at this stage, if he can consolidate his third place in his I think his debut Tour de France and complete the set of a podium finish in each of the 3 Grand Tours, that would be a fantastic achievement.
It's actually incredible to be thinking about that when he's so young, and he's already done it in stages, almost stealth-like. You haven't necessarily noticed that he's already achieved so much in world cycling, but he came in here to have a podium, and he at the moment is going to head away, hopefully, with a podium finish in the Tour de France, as long as everything goes well for him tomorrow in the individual time trial. Remy Cavagna still at 1:07. We're heading to the Mont Rivel. This is in Champognole. Peaks at 812 meters, one of the summits of the Jura Massif. We're heading down to Mournan now. We're going to go past the forges of Siam in the Ain Valley. Now we're seeing the little signals on the front of the peloton with Nico Roach just warning everybody we're about to hit a level crossing. Important to look after your fellow workers in the peloton.
Well, I think that riders on the front of the bunch, or riders sort of leading a group, they'll always try and signal any sort of dangerous points coming up. We saw Nicolas Roach there just sort of, I guess, moving both his elbows at the one time, and that's just to indicate that something's coming up that the riders behind needs to be aware of. Another signal that we so often see is when a rider's working on the front of the bunch, they'll move one elbow and then pull off to the other side, and that's just indicating the rider behind them that they want them to come through and take a turn on the front, and they're about to pull off the opposite way to get out of the way.
Bit of a change at the front of the peloton now, as we see De Koenig Quickstep arrive with Sam Bennett, getting himself ready for this intermediate sprint, and arriving with Michael Moorcow as usual.
So they've just placed themselves at the front for this intermediate sprint. There was a change in direction there. However, I'm not sure if it's because they're leading into the sprint or because there's a potential crosswind coming up. But they've just tried to slow it down a little bit by the looks of things, because the gap of Remy Cavagna out front was sort of nearing 1 minute, and I think they want the De Koenig Quickstep team in particular. They're going to be happy for him to stay at the front and take the maximum sprint points.
Let's just remind you how the green jersey works. It's all about the intermediate sprint and points at the finish. There are places for the riders today across the intermediate sprint. There's 20 points for the first rider across the line. And then when we get to the finish today, there are 50 points on offer for the first rider across the line. First 15 riders at the intermediate sprint score points. So we'll keep an eye on who manages to score big points in this intermediate sprint today. We covered earlier on the green jersey situation. Sam Bennett leads. His advantage is 52 points on Peter Sagan, with Matteo Trentin sitting on 235 points, a further 11 points behind Peter Sagan, who's won 7 green jerseys. Does this count as land art?
I was looking at the peloton, I didn't even notice it. So no.
We'll count that one out.
But
they're now having to go through 2 things. One is, does Simon consider it land art? And then secondly, is there a score?
Well, unless the helicopter flies over it and gives us a good look at it, it doesn't count.
Okay. Anyway, back to the peloton.
So we've seen a bit of a change in the peloton here. For the majority of the stage, we've seen the Lotto Soudal team really floating down the back with the most of their team, not really interested in their positioning at all. Now we see their entire team up the front and holding the right-hand side of the road. So generally what happens in a lot of these stages is a lot of teams will sort of say, from a certain point, we want to be up the front of the race. If it's a technical final, it's very difficult to move up. So what they'll do, they'll say at a certain point in time, let's get to the front before things get too hectic. Because after that point in time, when the race speeds up, when the road becomes really blocked, it's very difficult to move up with the entire team. So they are there nice and early today.
5 kilometres to go to the intermediate sprint. Starting to climb a little bit now, as Simon outlined earlier, to get ready for this intermediate sprint. Remy Cavagna just taking a drink, getting himself ready to see if he can get across the line first. 1:21 is the advantage now. Caleb Ewan is 5th overall in the intermediate sprint, the green jersey. 158 points to Caleb. Brian Cockart is 4th, Matteo Trentin 3rd, Peter Sagan 2nd, and Sam Bennett is in 1st place.
Now some work's gone into that one.
You think?
Yeah. It wouldn't be easy moving all that wood around, would it?
Yeah, true. What's your score?
8.
8? Wow.
And you?
6.5.
Oh. No respect for the local log workers. Local timber mills.
Yeah, I won't be welcome in that region. Thomas de Gent on the front, setting the pace. Bora Hansgrohe over there on the right-hand side. Then it's Bahrain McLaren, right-hand side in the orange and blue coloured kit. Matthew Moritz setting the tempo on the front, the former under-23 world champion. Wout Poels, great to see Wout having recovered and able to contribute now to the work rate of the Bahrain McLaren team, showing his experience and also his ability to heal during the Tour de France, because he became such a useful ally for that team over the last 2 days.
Particularly on the stage up there called the Loz, we saw him working really hard on the front of the group and probably reminding everybody how good a climber he is, because he's been carrying injuries for the duration of the tour. He sort of said he's got broken ribs, so that's been really affecting his performance. We saw him so many times just suffering in last position in the peloton. So it was great to see him sort of recover to the point that he can maybe make a contribution to the Bahrain McLaren team and looking after Mikel Landa.
This is the Saint-Germain church, built in the 19th century. It was mentioned in a charter in 1132, but the church was then rebuilt a little while later. It consists of a bell tower dating back to 1790. Looking down on the peloton, Lotto Soudal in the red, white and black. On the right-hand side, De Koenig Quick-Step alongside. Remy Cavagna coming up to 2.5 hours in the lead, and his average speed has now dropped 46 kilometres an hour as we go into the more climbing section of today's stage. He's not far away now from this sprint, just 3 kilometres to go. Is Caleb Ewan going to sprint here, or is he just going to warm the legs up?
I would be very surprised if Caleb Ewan sprints in this intermediate green jersey sprint, but he's definitely up the front with his entire team. They don't look to be going very hard at the front of the bunch. We actually see Remy Cavagna just extending his lead ever so slightly there. So I think Caleb Ewan is more up the front now because there's some lumpy roads coming up and he needs to be in a good position.
This is the Pert de Lan narrow gorge, which the Ain River rushes over 12 metres. It's near the EDF power station, so it cascades there into an underground path in Les Pertes. Pretty loud today, aren't they? Remy Cavagna, 1 minute 22 ahead of the peloton, 600 metres or so up the road. On his handlebars you see that little sticker which gives him information on what is ahead for him as a rider, and the riders stick those on every day.
Yeah, so what happens is on that piece of paper, Remy Cavagna will just have a number of key points noted on his stem. So some riders like to write that out themselves. Some teams will provide a sticker that they print out that the riders can put on their stems, and actually some races that will provide that information as well. So he's able to stick that on his stem just as a reminder for the interesting points of the stage coming up. He might note the big changes of direction, where the feed station will be, where the sort of the king of the mountain climbs are, where the intermediate sprints are, that sort of information. So he just has that there as a reminder, as a constant reference throughout the stage.
We haven't seen them yet, but Primoz Roglic's parents have now arrived at the Tour de France. We noticed on the Col de la Loze stage someone running alongside Primoz in a full Jumbo-Visma kit, and it happened to be one of his childhood friends, Andras Pogač. They grew up together in the small town of Kizovec, and on Monday evening, here we go, we'll tell you that later as we see a little bit of an acceleration coming from Benoit Cosnefroy, who's deciding to go on the attack here, and immediately going with him is Pierre Rolland, who jumps onto his wheel. So Cosnefroy with a little acceleration at the front of the race now. The former king of the mountains is going clear.
Interesting move there. We could see him accelerate down the side of the bunch, but he looked over his shoulder as soon as he moved. And I'm not sure if he had a chat with Pierre Rolland to sort of talk about whether we should actually go on the attack together and try and jump away. But it looked like they had a quick chat again once they joined forces out the front. So whether it was a planned attack for the two riders or what, but these guys have recovered from their efforts chasing the polka dot jersey, and now they're on the attack.
Looking good as they start to go clear. Pierre Rolland on the front of this little duo. Behind is the peloton, who are fanned out across the road. Nico Roach, who seems to be riding a huge gear today as he sits on the front of the peloton. But the acceleration may mean that these two riders could jump across, go with Remy Cavagna, and head towards the intermediate sprint and start to grow their advantage. Another big acceleration comes from behind. Looks to me like one of the riders from the team of Ineos Grenadiers. Looks a little bit like Luke Rowe.
Yeah, I'm going to say I think that's Luke Rowe trying to power across this gap and join these riders out front. Now, when has Luke Rowe ever had an opportunity in the Tour de France stage to go for his own ambitions? He's always been a part of the Team Sky, Team Ineos formation here, and a super sort of domestique for the flatter stages. Now he's had the green light to take his own chance, and he's jumping across to these two French riders out the front very quickly.
Yeah, he's taken up the mantle of road captain in Ineos Grenadiers, but you have to remember that Luke Rowe is a proper bike racer. He's been a racer since a kid, growing up with the likes of Geraint Thomas, Pete Kenyon, Ben Swift, all those riders, and he really does know how to race a bike. He's not just the road captain. Given an opportunity, Luke Rowe would take it with both hands and try and win a stage. So three riders going clear. Luke Rowe, Pierre Rolland, Benoit Cosnefroy trying to get across now to Remy Cavagna. They've already crossed to 46 seconds behind him, and they are closing fast.
Yeah, they're closing fast, and they all look very committed to this breakaway. Like we've said time and time again, this is a tricky final today. Very windy roads, very up and down, so it's really conducive to a small break like this one that will work well together off the front.
Luke Rowe has been part of 5 consecutive Tour de France wins. Things haven't gone right for them this year as far as the general classification is concerned, but they won the stage yesterday. They hold the King of the Mountains, and Luke Rowe now is going clear. 30 years of age, comes from Wales, grew up with Geraint Thomas, and now he looks around to just see what sort of damage they're doing. And it's actually great to see the chances of Ineos when we know that they just work all the time. They are never, ever allowed to go on the attack.
Well, they never go on the attack because they've always sought to have the bigger prize at stake. They're always here targeting the yellow jersey and the overall title at the Tour de France. So they basically build a team around the riders. They're either leaders in that team or they're support riders. It's very rare that you have someone who is generally support rider take their own chances. And they have that sort of rare opportunity in this year's race. So they're working together, these three riders, quite well out front. Less than 1 kilometre to the intermediate sprint now.
1 kilometre to go. They're 37 seconds now behind Remy Cavagna. They're closing in really quickly. Let's remind you then, 20 points for the winner across the line at the intermediate sprint. The next 3 riders have gone clear. This is good for De Koenig Quick-Step, but not so good for Peter Sagan.
Well, this is not so good for Peter Sagan, as you said, if he wants to take the maximum points possible in this intermediate sprint. But what this is going to do, this is going to really spice up the race now, because by having 3 riders jump across or jump off the front of the bunch and try and bridge this gap across to Remy Cavagna, it's going to make things speed up behind. Potentially, if these guys all get caught, what it's going to encourage other people to do is attack as well. So we hopefully now we'll see a number of attacks in the final sort of 49 kilometres of racing in the stage.
That should spice things up a little bit. The points then today, 20 to Cavagna as he heads to this intermediate sprint. The intermediate sprint taken by Remy Cavagna, De Koning Quick-Step, still with a 57-second advantage. He looks around, he knows there are riders coming across.
Well, you can see now that he no longer has his De Koning Quick-Step team car behind him. As the gap to the group behind him is below a minute, they've made that car go past him, which will then pull over on the side of the road and wait for the peloton to come past.
3 chasers go through the sprint. Benoit Cosnefroy, Luc Rowe, Pierre Rolland, and now the sprint for the green jersey. No doubt at all, it is Sam Bennett, but Sagan is second, Morkau in third in that split. So Sam Bennett takes 5th place on today's intermediate sprint.
But the question is, where's Brian?
Haven't seen him yet. Maybe in the kitchen. 48 kilometres to go. Sam Bennett looking easy.
Very comfortable there, wasn't he?
Peter Sagan was just behind him.
Sam Bennett has a distinct advantage when it comes to that pure power, that pure speed, and that final kick to the line. Morkau tried to follow him across the line then, but Sagan just passed Morkau with Trentin there also in the mix.
That's 11 points to Sam Bennett and 10 points to Peter Sagan. That means that there is now a difference of 53 points between the 2 riders.
The gap opening up ever so slightly in the favour of Sam Bennett once again.
Remy Cavagna looks around with 47 kilometres to go. He's about to be joined by 3 escapees, being led by Luc Rowe. They are closing in on him quickly. He's done the right thing here, hasn't he? He's had no company since the race start. He's been in the lead for nearly 120 kilometres. Time trial mode.
Yeah, very big effort from Remy Cavagna to survive that long out the front of the race on his own. But now with these 3 riders coming across to him really quickly, he needs to recover a little bit and prepare probably to jump on the wheel. He'll sit on the back of these 3 riders as they come past, because we can see a little bit further back down the road other guys who competed in the intermediate sprint. They have kept going and they now have a little advantage over the peloton as well.
46.7 kilometres to go, a new breakaway. 4 riders in the lead. Luc Rowe of Ineos Grenadiers, Benoit Cosnefroy, who started this from AG2R Le Mondial, and Pierre Rolland of B&B Vital Concept. Join up now with Remy Cavagna, who's been on the attack all day. More riders trying to come across. I think the green jersey was in there.
That's right. So the riders who competed for that green jersey sprint kept the pressure on a little bit, and now they're sort of going across to this breakaway of 4 riders out front as well. That group of riders that competed in the green jersey sprint is very strong. Now we can see Asgreen there, we can see Trentin there, Sagan, Sam Bennett, and Morkau potentially too.
This is some group, isn't it? They are now racing towards the finish, and we've got 2 more riders from the team of De Koning Quick-Step in this group. This is a really strong group of riders.
This is a really strong group now, and the reaction behind has to come from Sunweb. So Sunweb have a sprinter in their team, and they've missed out on this. All the other sprinter teams, with the exception of Lotto Soudal, have a rider up the road, so they're not going to help in chasing this group back.
That chasing group of riders then trying to get across. Suddenly we've seen the race ignite as Sunweb tried to wind the pace up. Only 22 seconds is the advantage. They can see that it's possible to close it. The leading group of riders with 16 seconds ahead of Asgreen, Trentin, Sagan, Morcow and Bennett, who are in that chasing group. These four riders, led by Luc Rowe, Pierre Rolland out of the saddle. This is a concerted effort now to try and win today's stage. 45 kilometres to go, and we know that the run into the finish now is very fast. Rolling roads, technical, twists and turns. Simon, you were thinking about it earlier on.
Yeah, so after this intermediate sprint, we can see it descends down a little bit, but then they climb up to kilometre 132 in the stage, which is the highest point in the race. From that point on, it is mostly downhill all the way to the finish, so it'll be a very fast technical run in.
Jumbo-Visma take up position at the front of the race. Are you surprised that we're not seeing Lotto Soudal or another team on the front, but Jumbo-Visma are?
No, Lotto Soudal don't really have the firepower too much to use guys too far out to ride along the bunch. It looks like this group has just backed off a little bit now. No, they've eased up, so they're waiting for the peloton. They don't want to commit to all this energy out the front, because if they did get caught, you basically got four of the best sprinters in the race here that have just done a team's time trial for 40 odd kilometres. So they would waste a lot of energy, and they don't want to risk that at this point in the stage.
Nullified then that attack, the counter-attack. These four riders looking around to see whether they can get away. This could be a great move by these four to now start to build another advantage. The peloton, when they catch this group in front, are going to calm things down, I would have thought.
Well, the peloton are going to be less worried about the four riders who are out the front rather than this group of sprinters. Once they catch this group of sprinters, the peloton being led by Jumbo-Visma, there'll be a number of sprint teams really to come up and take control of the race. But the four guys out front, you have the three French riders and Luc Rowe. Luc Rowe shaved off his moustache.
He has.
And he's motivated.
He is motivated. A little bit less weight and more aerodynamics. He clearly got up this morning and thought, right, we're going to go for this today. And if I win, I'm going to look good. I'm not going to look like Magnum PI when I cross the line.
No, these guys are working really, really well out front. Obviously, Remy Cavagna is not going to be able to contribute too much because he's already put a big effort in on his own out there. But Pierre Rolland and Benoit Cosnefroy we have seen on the attack so many times in this race. So they're obviously still feeling really good and you're going to try their luck on pretty much their last chance to go for a stage win.
These are the Forge of Siam in the Ain Valley, built in 1810, bought by a large French group in 1976. They've all got practically the same decor and the same tools as used in the 19th century. So it's a nice exhibition place, having produced parts for locksmith, aeronautics and even automobiles. This is the Palladian Villa, also in Siam. Built in the 19th century, it was a former mansion of the vast industrial estate of Forges de Siam in the forest park of the Jura Massif. Normally used for exhibitions and concerts outside of these current times.
Taking a good look at this place, aren't we?
They are. Someone's thinking of buying it, I think.
Maybe the
Another attack coming from Cofidis, but immediately onto the wheel goes Greg Van Avermaet, the Olympic champion, tries to go.
Looks as though it's Perichon. Perichon followed by Van Avermaet.
Perichon's been really active in the last few days, getting himself in little moves, but Van Avermaet senses the chance to go away and get up to these leaders. Four leaders now: Luc Rowe of Ineos Grenadiers, Benoit Cosnefroy, Agi Désert La Mondiale, Remy Cavagna, de Koenig Quickstep, the original breakaway rider, and Pierre Rolland of B&B. Oh, crash. And it's Sivakov who's crashed. Touches a wheel or something. He hasn't crashed since Nice. He got over all of those crashes on the first day. Also down, looked to me like it was Hugh Carthy. And another rider down from Sicard.
So that is precisely why all the GC favourites, they want to be at the front on tricky roads like this. You see how narrow it is and how windy it is. If there's a crash, you are very caught behind and the road is very quickly blocked. They want to make sure that they're at the front to avoid anything like that.
Yeah, today when we were driving in and looking at the race finish, we noticed how narrow the roads were, how tricky. Let's take a look at this crash.
So it looks like it may have slowed down ever so slightly. Just the peloton has just been squeezed. And maybe Sivakov didn't see that coming, so he's just tripped over the wheel in front of him. That's unlucky.
He's going to get himself into the race convoy and get himself back into the peloton as quickly as possible. This group of riders is combining. Perrichon is there, also Pollitt, and it looks like Tim de Klerk. And Rigoberto Urán is one of the riders who is left behind. So the team of EF Pro Cycling now all looking to bring Rigoberto Urán back into the peloton. He's 8th overall, 6:05 behind. Sivakov is not happy.
So Sivakov must have had an issue with his bike there. So he's gone back. He's called his team car up to change his bike. A number of the EF Pro Cycling riders were sitting towards the back of the group too. So they got caught behind this crash. Rigoberto Urán was there, so they've sat any other riders up to help him pace his way back to the bunch.
They're throwing all the ammunition they can at bringing Rigoberto Urán back into the race. This is our chasing group of riders. Perrichon of Cofidis also in here from Total Direct Energy. Looks like Bourg. Bourg is in here. The young rider riding for this team. 37 seconds. They've got some work to do to get across.
And now have we seen two Sunweb riders join this breakaway as well as a front set de jure rider. So maybe the reason that Sunweb were doing so much work on the front is because they wanted to attack for the final. Because we see a number of dangerous groups now going off the front.
Perrichon, Van Avermaet, Pollitt, de Klerk, Bourg in that assault on trying to get across. Two more riders trying to get there as Perrichon puts the hurt on the rest of the riders. Two more riders from Sunweb have made it across. Just having a look, one is Soren Kragh Andersen and the other one I can't quite see. Looks like Valentin Madouas is also in here for the Groupama FDJ team as Niels Pollitt turns up the gas a little more to try and get across. 32 seconds the advantage. This race has ignited and is now fully on with the riders inside the final 40 kilometres.
It looked like Pedersen there as well from Sunweb who joined that group across the front. So if those riders behind are able to bridge across to these four riders out front, that is going to be a very dangerous combination. And there's not many teams left back in the bunch to bring this back.
Luke Rowe on the front of the group, setting the tempo. Pierre Rolland on his wheel. Cosnefroy almost leaning to the right-hand side because this looks very painful right now. Here's the group. Madouas on the front in the red, white and blue. Going through now to the front is Pedersen. Following through is Bourg. Behind him is Greg Van Avermaet. And it's Bora Hansgrohe who now look a little bit concerned.
So Bora Hansgrohe need to pick up the responsibility here and they need to do it quickly. Also, Mitchelton Scott, if they want to sprint with Luka Mezgec, they need to contribute to this chase behind because there's a very strong group riding away off the front.
Rigoberto Urán in the colours of EF. The pink-clad riders here are about to return to the peloton. There's our four leaders, Rowe, Cosnefroy, Cavagna and Rolland. There's the gap back to the chasers. And then we will see the peloton just come into view at the bottom of the screen. There they are, led by Maximilian Schachmann of Bora Hansgrohe, with Jumbo-Visma all lined out behind.
Well, Jumbo-Visma always at the front of the bunch. They're looking after Primoz Roglic there. I don't think they're going to be too concerned with this break as far as a GC rider goes, being in that group, but they definitely want to continue to stay up the front and out of trouble. We saw a Bora Hansgrohe rider really on the front on their own, doing what they can to keep the pace high. But the gaps at this stage, it looks as though it's around 14 seconds between the two groups and a further 20 seconds between the second group and back to the peloton.
Inside the peloton, you can see the urgency. Hardly any space in there, is there? Everyone very close together. Tim de Klerk now kicking on at the front of this chase group. This has got some serious firepower in here. Well, this race is now on. It's ignited. Søren Kragh Andersen shakes his head. Let's take a look back for all of you so you can find out what's been going on today's stage. Stage 19 of the Tour de France, the final real road stage of this year's race. Let's take a look back at what action has happened so far. The riders racing today from Bourg en Bresse to Champognole, a stage of 166.5 kilometres of racing. Right at the start, Remy Cavagna went clear for De Kooning Quick-Step, deciding to try and go it alone for the entire stage. Remy Cavagna, 25 years old, from France, a stage winner in the Vuelta a España, is known for his lone escapades. He went over the only King of the Mountains of the day, the fourth category climb, in the lead to secure 1 point in that competition. But his real focus was to try and get to the green jersey sprint to ensure the major points were taken by De Kooning Quick-Step, and Sam Bennett had less to worry about. Cavagna managed to get to the intermediate sprint in Mornan with 49 kilometres of racing remaining. Behind him, there were numerous counter-attacks, and eventually we saw this group of riders going across with Cosnefroid, Luc Rowe and Pierre Rolland. Behind them, Sam Bennett was sprinting for the intermediate sprint. He managed to secure points ahead of Peter Sagan and Michael Morkau, with Matteo Trentin behind them, securing more points in the competition. As things stand right now, 36.6 kilometres to go. Three of the riders who originally went away to try and catch Cavagna previously have now finally got across to him, and they're about to be caught by the chasers. Luc Rowe, Benoit Cosnefroid and Pierre Rolland, joined by Remy Cavagna. The chasing group is about to come across. Pedersen, Bourg, Greg Van Avermaet, Madouas, also in there, Perichon, Pollitt, de Klerk and Søren Kragh Andersen. Big group of riders now at the front.
Now we have 14 riders at the front of the race. The peloton has started chasing behind. There's been a reaction by the Bora Hansgrohe riders and the Mitchelton Scott riders as well. Maybe we see NTT and Michael Valgren contributing to chase as well, because they have missed this group too.
Omar Friley in that group as well. We didn't see him jump across. Going through to the front, Perichon. Stuyven has also made his way across here for the Trek Segafredo team. So Perichon is in there on the front, setting the tempo, but it looks like this race is going to come all back together after that skirmish, because Mitchelton Scott and Bora Hansgrohe are not happy with what has happened up the front. Any moment now, we are going to see this race come back together. Confirmation of the sprint. Cavagna took it ahead of Cosnefroid, Rowe, Rolland and Bennett. Then Sagan, Morkau, Trentin and Casper Asgreen.
So now we see the peloton regroup and catch the breakaway riders. Are we going to see another attack now? With only 35 kilometres to race, any move that goes at this point in time would be a very dangerous one.
This race is fully on as Tim de Klerk goes to the front. Van Avermaet just trying to recover in the wheels. Søren Kragh Andersen doesn't go through. Bergado is there, and now Jumbo Visma just trying to get back to the front. Mitchelton Scott, they were the team that we mentioned when all these skirmishes happened, that they would have to chase. if they wanted to set Luca Metgetz up to win today's stage. And Jack Bauer has initiated that chase, and they brought it all back together. 31 kilometres an hour, a little bit of calmness in the peloton as we head towards the final 35 kilometres.
But how long will that calmness last for with the peloton all back together now? And like we've said time and time again, so many teams in this race that are yet to win a stage. I can't see there it going for long without more attacks and for more riders really trying their luck.
The average speed now 45 kilometres an hour. The fastest average speed we were looking at was 45 kilometres an hour in the road book, which we're given every day to give a little bit of an indication as to what the Tour de France organisers think the riders will cover this distance in. We're now seeing another little splinter move off the front of the peloton. A little bit of a gap, but the race comes all back together again, and it's Ineos Grenadiers who make sure they are in that move.
Well, it feels like the opening kilometres of the stage all over again. There's so many riders and so many teams that are just trying their luck and trying to jump away in a move and get up the road to go for a stage victory.
The pattern of the Tour de France this year has been nothing like normal. We don't expect usually the breakaway to be caught until around 10 kilometres to go in many days, but this year it's not happening like that. It's really open racing, as yesterday's winner Mikhail Kwiatkowski goes and accelerates really hard again.
We see two stage winners of this year's tour accelerating way off the front. There's Kwiatkowski and then Soren Krauss Andersen, very closely watched by Tim de Klerk and Alessandro De Marchi.
De Marchi, tongue hanging out, trying to get himself into that group. 4 riders trying to go clear. Tony Martin is on the front of the peloton, trying to bring this back. They've got a bit of an advantage, and now more riders chasing the stage victory as we see Lutsenko jump across on the wheel of one of the Cofidis riders. So it's Kwiatkowski, De Marchi, Tim de Klerk and Soren Kragh Andersen now making another move.
So this is precisely why a team generally doesn't want to catch the early breakaway too early in the stage, because as soon as they catch that breakaway, what it's going to do is it's going to provoke other moves to go away like this, which could very quickly end up in a dangerous situation. All of a sudden, if a strong group of riders establish a gap going into the end of the stage, they can be quite difficult to catch again.
Peloton in one long line, 9 out of 10.
There's a winner of Landart so far.
It is, no doubt at all, even with a blinking of an eye.
A winking cow. Lavache. That's a good one.
It is, very good indeed. Well done. That's the winner of the week. Back to the action on the front then. And Bora Hansgrohe trying to keep this going with Großschadner on the front, trying to control anything for Peter Sagan to try and close the gap on Sam Bennett at the finish. This run-in, though, is going to go very quickly. And it's so narrow at times and twists and turns, you feel like you're in a video game as you run through towards the finish line.
Yes, from this point on, it is majority downhill all the way to the finish. There are a couple little rollers yet, but it's going to be a fast run from here in all the way to the finish.
This is the Lac du Val. Heading in now towards the race conclusion. Beautiful area to go boating on the run into Champognole. And Caleb Ewan is in a bit of difficulty at the back here. Did he have a problem? It looks like he's had to get himself going again, but I don't know whether the legs are just giving out. He wouldn't have any danger if he was dropped here, would he, for the time cut today?
I don't anticipate he'd have any danger if he was dropped at this point, just making it to the finish within the time cut. Even if he was out the back, he'd be able to roll along at quite a high pace. But the way he was sort of fighting his bike there to hang on makes me think he may have had a bit of an issue.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a gear issue or something, because he looks like he's in a huge gear, just trying to labour his way over that little rise.
Well, if he is in any kind of difficulty, he just needs to fight for a few more kilometres, because, like we said, from here on, it's a fast run in. where he should be able to stay with the peloton without too many issues. We see Luke Rowe again on the attack.
Luke Rowe is certainly giving this something today. Caleb Ewan comes back to the back of the peloton. His two teammates were with him. They were worried about him for a moment. Jesper de Bust and Thomas de Gent. Another attack comes from Jack Bauer with Oliver Naesen there in the brown shouldered kit from Agi Désert Le Mondial. At the front then, Luke Rowe, Oliver Naesen, Jack Bauer. There's some serious riders on the front of this race now.
There's some seriously strong guys in the front and another very strong group coming across. I can see the green jersey coming across. Søren Kragh Andersen, Greg Van Avermaet and Peter Sagan jumping across the front as well.
Front group of riders, Luke Rowe, Jack Bauer, Oliver Naesen, Søren Kragh Andersen, Greg Van Avermaet, Peter Sagan, Sam Bennett.
That's what I was just trying to say.
You picked them out well. 30 kilometres to go. Look at Caleb Ewan. This is a sufferfest right now as he tries to get himself to the finish. And it's risky, isn't it? Because there's surges all the time. Now more riders trying to jump across. Jack Bauer takes a look. He nearly won a stage of the Tour de France a few years ago. Was left disconsolate at the finish after getting caught 50 metres from the finish line. Oliver Naesen, former Belgian champion. Look at him go on the front of this race. Sam Bennett following Peter Sagan like his life depends on it.
And we can see another counter move of riders coming across. There's a Trek Segafredo rider there, a CCC rider, and another Mitchelton Scott rider. If these two groups are able to combine their efforts at the front of the race, they're going to have strength in numbers.
Let's see if they can get across. It looked to me like Jasper Stuyven trying to come across for Trek Segafredo.
Well, Jasper Stuyven, he's sort of shown that he's motivated to get off the front in the final of this race. He was attacking there not so long ago as well.
This region has got 4 lakes that we're just flying across. Wonderful for boating and particular water sports. Oliver Naesen into that corner. Wow, that was fast through there.
Oliver Naesen, extremely strong rider, a real classic specialist. He hasn't featured much in this year's tour, so it's really good to see him still there with the form and with the energy to be attacking in the latter stages.
And I would have thought Agi Désert Le Mondial are now given free rein to do what they particularly want to do. Oliver Naesen, 29 years of age, winner of Grand Prix Plouay, Belgian champion. I think this is his 5th appearance in the Tour de France now. He's always been in support of Romain Bardet. It's calmed down in the peloton a little.
Well, it looks like it's slowed right down in the peloton now. With so many strong riders up front, there's not too many teams left to control behind. With Peter Sagan out the front, it's been his Bora Hansgrohe teammates that have controlled most of the race. Look at that, they've slowed right down.
They've let this go. 28 kilometres to go, 42 seconds. This is a group of riders who are dangerous. And if the peloton doesn't want to chase, then this race is going to go to the finish line. Look at that, Naesen senses a big opportunity here to win this stage.
Well, this is a very strong group, and it's the right combination of riders to stay away. There are no teams left with the firepower to chase this group back down again.
Clever move here by Peter Sagan, and being tracked by Sam Bennett. More riders trying to come across, I think, or is this the group? 27 kilometres to go. This is the group. So Naesen, Sagan, Bennett, Bauer, and more riders are coming across. There's a little skirmish behind. That was the group that you spotted earlier on with, I think, Jasper Stuyven in it. There's one other Mitchelton Scott in there to join up with Jack Bauer. But this is the point in this race where there are hardly any flat roads. Lefts, rights, little turns, uphill, downhill. DeMarchi maybe just coming across.
Trentin, I think it's Matteo Trentin. Yeah, he wouldn't have wanted to missed out on this group. He's seen the two riders in the green jersey competition disappear off the front, and he's been in the counter move to get across behind.
Look at this group now.
Now we have 12 riders out the front of the race.
12 riders now combining with 26.5 kilometres to go. The 3 green jersey riders are in here and they're up the road. It's very, very fast. Stuyven has made his way into this group. On the back of the group, wearing number 46, Dries Devenens of the Koenig Quick Step.
And it's Mezgets there as well from Mitchelton Scott alongside Jack Bauer.
Good move from him to get himself into this group, because Bauer can lead him out. They can try and win the stage. Sagan takes on a drink. Also in here for the team of Sunweb, it is Nikias Arndt, who's another very good sprinter.
Well, this is a very dangerous combination of riders, because there are team leaders out there who are the sprinters, and there are also some very strong workhorses as well.
Narzen goes towards the back now. He's managed to pull this gap out. Now he's just going to sit on and go through when he needs to, because he's done the initial work in this group. Good move here for the team of CCC. Luke Rowe is the only rider from the team of Ineos Grenadiers who's found his way in here, but Soren Kragh Andersen, as a previous stage winner for Sunweb, is another danger man.
There's some strong riders out here and riders with plenty of experience as well.
Looks like 12 riders now in this group. Let's run through them for you. 12 riders: Trentin, Sagan, Bennett, Bauer, Stuyven, Devenens, Metgetz, Greg Van Avermaet, Nikias Arndt, Narzen, Rowe and Soren Kragh Andersen. There's 2 other riders in the gap.
Edvald Bosenhagen and Brian Cockard in the gap trying to come across to this group.
That would make it 14 in the lead if they do get there. But this is such a strong group of riders. They've already taken 1 minute 39 with 24.8 kilometres to go.
Well, a group of that strength at the front, growing this advantage this close to the finish, I'm going to say this is not coming back.
3 riders trying to come across. Hofstetter is one of them, Cockard and Edvald Bosenhagen. They missed the move when it went, but it's amazing that the sprinters are all trying to get themselves into these moves. Now it's Lotto Soudal chasing, because they've completely missed this. Caleb, at this point in the race, when it did go, just was having problems at the back of the group.
Yeah, Caleb has looked like he has been suffering on a number of occasions in this stage. He definitely wasn't up the front and in a position to go with the other sprinters when they jumped off the front in this dangerous attack.
If you're just joining us now, we're inside 25 kilometres of racing to go. A leading group of 12 riders as we head towards the Champognole finish. Trentin, Sagan, Bennett, Bauer, Stuyven, Devenens, Metgetz, Greg Van Avermaet, Nikias Arndt, Oliver Narzen, Luke Rowe and Soren Kragh Andersen. Those are the riders on the attack. Their advantage now to this chasing group, 1 minute 22 and 2 minutes and 18 seconds to the peloton. When do Lotto Soudal call this off?
Well, I think this gap is only going to grow now. There's only one rider from Lotto Soudal pulling on the front of the peloton. He's getting no help. He's surrounded by riders who have teammates up the road.
It's a huge opportunity for some riders in this group. The likes of Jack Bauer, Metgetz, Nikias Arndt and Luke Rowe in particular. Trentin, Luke Rowe, is he going through and working? He looks like he is. Sam Bennett, well, everyone was worried he wouldn't get through the mountains. He's not only got through the mountains, the legs are good enough to be in the moves at the end of the stage.
This is such a strong group of riders. This is a group of riders you would expect to see off the front on the attack in a Flemish classic.
It is. It is like watching Tour of Flanders. It's a great group of riders to watch. If you saw this group at the front of the Tour of Flanders, you would never take your eyes off the screen, because you would be absolutely into what was going to happen at the end of the race. And it's the sort of group you wish is going to be at the front of the Tour of Flanders.
Yeah, that's right. But coming in now at 22 kilometres left to race in the stage, and the front group working really well together. They're going to keep growing this advantage over the peloton. Now, this is not a dangerous group for the Jumbo-Visma team. None of these riders are close on the general classification. They will be more than happy for this group to win with an advantage over the peloton.
going through to the front. Luke Rowe, the workhorse and team captain of Ineos Grenadiers, the green jersey of the Tour de France. Sam Bennett going through now. Look at that, 3 times world champion Peter Sagan. Behind him, Olympic champion Greg Van Avermaet. Then going through also Jack Bauer, Dries Devenants, these riders working hard. Oliver Naesen, to me, looked like he was starting to think, maybe I don't want to work in this group, want to save the legs. This is a big opportunity to win a stage of the Tour.
Well, there's a couple of riders here without teammates. We see Luke Rowe on his own, Søren Kragh Andersen on his own, Jesper Stuyvens on his own as well, where pretty much everyone else in there has a teammate. So all the best sprinters in this front group have a teammate to help them in the final.
Dries Devenants, he's the rider in the blue and white there. He's wearing even green topped sunglasses to match Sam Bennett's green jersey today. I noticed that earlier on in the stage. Little bit of superstition maybe, little bit of feeling like he's part of the team that's going to bring the green jersey home on Sunday potentially. But Sagan's got himself in the mix to try and put himself in a position to close in on Sam Bennett. It's a tricky run-in to today's finish, but it plays into the hand of the breakaway. This is Chaux de Crottenay with a population of 400, with the Sainte Marguerite Church in the middle.
Peter Sagan is another rider there without a teammate. However, Sam Bennett has Devenants there with him, helping him out. Obviously, Matteo Trentin has Greg Van Avermaet. Luca Mesgetz has Jack Bauer. So there's some very strong sprinters and some very strong lead-outs in there.
This morning when we drove in and we looked, we particularly drove to ensure we were on the stage finish, because we'd had to drive quite a long way today and you couldn't ride in. You said this is absolutely made for a breakaway.
Well, one thing that I noticed very quickly is how narrow, how windy and how technical the run to the finish is. So a breakaway with a 20-second advantage over the peloton would be simply out of sight. A breakaway of this size with 2.5 minutes, there's no way this is coming back.
Lotto Soudal riding on the front, Roger Kluge there, but behind, look at that. The team of De Koenig Quickstep are there. UAE are just staying at the front to look after the interests of Pogacar, so are Jumbo-Visma. But this stage victory is going to come from the breakaway. No other riders are going to feature in this race finish, because even Hofstetter, Kogard and Edvald Bosenhagen are 1:44 behind.
Yeah, so very unlikely the trio of riders that are stuck in the middle are going to join this front group of 12 riders. You can see how fast they're going in the front. They are working extremely hard here.
If you're a rider like Luke Rowe or Oliver Naesen, what is your options to try and win this stage? Because we have got Bennett, Sagan, Trentin and Mesgetz as sprinters in here. And also, I would say, Nikias Arndt is a really good sprinter too.
Nicholas Arndt, we haven't spoken about much in that front group. He is a very strong sprinter. He is normally one of the last lead-out men for Keith Boll, but he is a good sprinter in his own right. The only chance the likes of Luke Rowe or Oliver Naesen have of winning on today's stage is to quite simply attack and try their chances.
And when we were on our way into the finish, where is that option? Where is that opportunity to try and go away and win the stage?
Well, at around 15 kilometres to go, there is there's a summit of a small rise there. If they can go across the front, go and get a gap off the front there, then there's a good chance they could stay away. I think we see Thomas de Gendt saying enough's enough, we're not riding anymore. These guys are not coming back.
Yeah, 2:38, it's not coming back. Here is the situation, the wind direction and where the riders are.
Here we can see the wind direction. Though they have a very, very fast run in through this section. Quite, well, a light tailwind, but the wind is definitely blowing the right direction to help these riders ride extremely quickly.
Here's our chasers, they're at 1:41. They are not going to bring them back before the finish. Coquard going through, riding hard. Look at Coquard riding. I mean, they're fully committed, but they are still 140. Nothing is getting even closer to the riders in front.
Well, they're racing for 13th place. these guys by the look of it. I cannot see this front group now being caught from this counter move or from the peloton. It's a very strong group out front, and they seem to be working well together.
65 kilometres an hour as they headed through that section. The front group of riders, if you've just joined us now for the run into the finish, you've missed loads of action today. But the front group, Trentin of CCC, Sagan of Bora Hansgrohe, Bennett of De Koning Quickstep, Bauer of Mitchelton Scott, Stuyven of Trek Segafredo, Devenans of De Koning Quickstep, Metgetz of Mitchelton Scott, Greg Van Avermaet of CCC, Nicky Assant of Sunweb, Narzen of Agi Dessert Mondial, Rowe of Ineos Grenadiers, and Soren Kragh Andersen, already a stage winner in this year's race, riding for Team Sunweb. On to this little rise with 18 kilometres to go.
Oh, look at Sam Bennett. He's on the back of this group. He's working really hard.
He needs to stay there, doesn't he?
He needs to stay there. He cannot afford to let Peter Sagan or Matteo Trentin score points in this finish, and he scored none himself.
And the rider pushing the pace at the front, Matteo Trentin and Peter Sagan. They know they could put Bennett into trouble. Bennett asked Narzen to go through and close the gap for him, and he doesn't. So Bennett is having to try and close this one up, which he manages to do now as they make their way over that little rise with 18 kilometres to go.
Now, there are a bunch of little rises here, but it never climbs for more than a few hundred metres before the guys will get a bit of a rest. So they just need to keep fighting if they're going to get dropped from this group, because they know it's going to back off again pretty soon.
Mitchelton Scott trying to hand a bottle up to Jack Bauer. The chase is on by Total Direct Energy, but it's a waste of time. 2:54, nearly 3 minutes they've taken in the last few kilometres. Jumbo-Visma just trying to make sure that Primož Roglič is okay in the yellow jersey. Trying to get some semblance of control on the front, because they want to make sure that there are no risks taken on this run-in, that he's safely into the finish.
Well, they want to make sure that Primož Roglič stays up the front and out of trouble, but they also want to make sure they keep check on any potentially late attacks from any of the other GC riders. Just because there's a break up the road doesn't mean they won't try their luck behind as well.
This is a wonderful breakaway. The riders continue with the workload. Luka Metgetz working on the front, and now we see an attack. Immediate attack by Matteo Trentin. Sagan tries to go with it. Sam Bennett immediately onto the wheel. Trentin fancies this as a springboard for victory, and now he really puts in the pace on the front. Sagan, look at him go as he tries to get on the wheel.
Now, Trentin knows that he has Sam Bennett on the ropes here on these climbs, so he is really pushing the pace. Peter Sagan is not giving him an inch. He's chasing him down immediately. Sam Bennett is under enormous pressure here.
There are some little kickers all the way in, aren't there? And Bennett has to hold on, otherwise this green jersey contest could go all the way to Paris. This is wonderful racing in the Tour de France. These riders not giving each other an inch.
That's great riding by Sam Bennett. He knows exactly who he has to keep an eye on in this front group. But now we see an attack from a Sunweb rider.
Another attack on the right-hand side. Looks like the style of Soren Kragh Andersen. Trying to go clear. He did this on stage 14. Is he going to try and do it again? There's going to be riders who are concerned about this. You can't give this rider even a few seconds. He's already won a stage doing exactly this. Soren Kragh Andersen goes clear.
How crafty is Soren Kragh Andersen? Once again, all the major favourites attacked, stopped, looked at each other, and he took advantage of that lull in pace to go himself. Now he has a good gap.
This is a really good move by Soren Kragh Andersen. No reaction from behind. Other riders need to think about this, in particular Narzen and Rowe would need to try and get across to this rider. But the effort made by Sagan and Trentin and Bennett over the top of there has taken the sting out of these riders' legs.
Well, that was exactly the moment that I was talking about. With about 15 kilometres to go, the riders went over a small crest before they take a long run, a long downhill stretch. There's a reaction now by Bauer and Van Avermaet behind.
They realise they cannot let this rider go. So the Olympic champion jumps away with Jack Bauer. Sagan isn't bothered. He doesn't worry about this now. He's nullified the attack of Matteo Trentin. Into time trial mode. It's Søren Kragh Andersen, the Danish rider now, who is going clear of this peloton. He's already opened up a few seconds. Can he time trial his way to his second stage victory in the Tour?
Well, he's built up a good gap very quickly. He's completely committed out front here, and they're not organised behind yet.
I'm amazed that they waited so long to react to this attack, knowing he's won a stage already. Sunweb with yet again another masterclass. Hit them when they're all trying to take a breath. 11 seconds already for Søren Kragh Andersen.
What a fantastic move by Søren Kragh Andersen. The guys behind now are just looking at each other. They're waiting for someone else to close this down. Luke Rowe making the effort now in the front of the group.
Luke Rowe realises that if you don't do something, this race is not going to come back. Søren Kragh Andersen's got 15 kilometres to go. That's when he went, now 14 kilometres. This is a huge attack by the Danish rider, and the pace has gone out of the riders behind.
Now, Deceuninck Quickstep don't look interested to bring this back. They look like they're happy for the stage win to go away. Bennett is more interested in following Peter Sagan.
This rider is building his lead, 13 seconds now. It's downhill, and then there is a couple of little kickers on the way into the finish, but nothing major that will cause him issues.
Now we can see Matteo Trentin on the front of the group. He's not even chasing. They are rolling this descent. No one is committed to chasing behind. Trentin is thinking about his own race. Van Avermaet is thinking about his own race. Bennett is worried about Sagan, and Dries Devenen's there. He seems happy to stay on the wheel as well.
This looks like it might be a combination of the fact that at the end of this season, which is not far away, Van Avermaet goes to Age d'Isère Le Mondial, Trentin is going to UAE, the team is in a little bit of disarray, and no one is going to work together here. Luke Rowe goes to the front again. He needs Narsen to help him out, otherwise this rider's time trialling to another stage. 25 seconds.
Well, Jack Bauer has finally come to the front here and started riding. He has Nason on his wheel as well. He needed to ride this back down immediately for Luca Mezgec.
Well, Sunweb are having a stunning Tour de France. Søren Kragh Andersen in his third Tour de France appearance. Winner of Paris Tour, stage winner in Switzerland, stage winner in Paris-Nice, stage winner in the Tour of Oman, and now they all look around at each other again. Jasper Stuyven gets concerned and he launches down the right-hand side. Stuyven trying to go clear.
Well, Stuyven could see straight away that no one was going to commit to this chase. He wasn't going to sit in the front there. He has no teammates. He needs to go for himself.
27, 28 seconds for Søren Kragh Andersen. This rider is potentially just riding away to another stage win here in Champognole unless they react. He's going through all these lefts and rights and twists and turns. And in the morning when we drove in here, we were like, these corners, it's like a video game when you're going down here.
Yeah, Søren Kragh Andersen is off the front. He's taking advantage of the fact that he has a television motorbike right in front of him, showing me exactly which way the road goes. He is chasing this motorbike down the descent.
And it's so fast, 70 kilometres an hour. There's not much more the motorbike riders can do other than just ride. 35 seconds for this Sunweb rider. 2:26 to the pursuers, 3:22 to the peloton. Fast left-hander for Kragh Andersen. Gets through that one safely. Little bit narrow. Coming up to 10k to go.
From 10k to go, again, it's this extremely fast downhill all the way to a village where the riders will take a right-hand turn and come out with a little over 3 kilometres left to race. From that point on, it's a long, straight stretch in. They'll be able to see him up front, but I don't think they're going to catch him.
Now he's got the Mavic bike behind him in case he's got any issues. 35 seconds, coming up to 50k an hour as he continues with this wonderful effort. This rider from Team Sunweb has hit them and hit them hard where it mattered. It's gone clear now, 37 seconds. 2:29 to the chasers, 3:27 to the peloton. Now he's going to reach the point where there's a few little rises.
Here's the move. So Trentin did a big acceleration on the front, trying to drop Peter Sagan and Sam Bennett. He propped, no one come past him, and Crow Anderson just hit them from behind.
This is exactly what he did the other day when he attacked when they'd all just eased up. It's textbook bike racing, isn't it? It's what you're taught when you're a kid. When you stop and slow up, hit them hard, even if you're struggling.
If you've got legs, when the best riders prop, you have to go, and that's exactly what he's done here. The stage that he won into Lyon, he profited from everyone watching Mark Hershey, everybody watching Julian Alaphilippe, and as soon as they didn't have the legs to follow anymore, he went.
This is an opportunist move by this Sunweb rider, Soren Kragh Andersen. In this race so far, they have been such a good team. They've already taken stage victories with Hershey on stage 12, Soren Kragh Andersen in stage 14. This would be a hat-trick for Team Sunweb.
The camera just went to the chasing group there behind for a second. They are still not chasing. They are all looking at each other. They are thinking about second place in this stage now. Now Jack Bauer, he is rolling off the front. There is no cooperation behind whatsoever. Jack Bauer, Oliver Nason and Greg Van Avermaet following each other on the front of this group.
Nasen trying to get something going here, so is Jack Bauer. The stage victory is disappearing up the road. With around 5k to go, there's a little rise, and then after that, it's pretty much downhill, isn't it?
It's mostly downhill. There's a few very small rises just to break the rhythm a little bit, but it's a very fast run in from here all the way to the line.
On the front of the peloton, they're just riding in. The race has gone. Now it's about securing the positions before the time trial tomorrow for the favourites. Soren Kragh Andersen races past the motorbike. There he goes. The light is fading a little bit here in Champognole. It's 10 past 5 in the afternoon. This race has been on all day today.
He's going to wind his way through this village here. We drove this car. This is new bitumen paved for the Tour de France. He's going to enjoy this smoother section of road. A couple of speed humps coming up here before it drops down again.
Little bit violent, these speed humps. Drops down, gets himself into that aero position yet again. Look at the workload of this rider. 47 seconds, 51 kilometres an hour.
He is quite simply attacked here on his own and left some of the best classic bike riders in the world in his dust.
Greg Van Avermaet on the back with his training partner Nasen on his wheel. Jumbo-Visma quite happy with this whole scenario. They're not bothered at all. Amund Janssen sharing a moment of a joke with Robert Hessing. Tony Martin is there. The peloton have got what they wanted, which is to let the group go up the road. The teams that have missed out, in particular, Lotto Soudal with their sprinter Caleb Ewan, but he looked to be suffering at the point where the race kicked off. Soren Kragh Andersen heading for victory. What would it be like in the Sunweb car right now? We've seen their reactions on 2 stages. This one is potentially a hat-trick.
I'm sure tensions are high now in the Sunweb team car. They're just going to be guiding him through these corners. They don't want him to take any crazy risk on this descent. He has a good advantage now. He just needs to keep on it, stay safe, and make it to the finish.
This is the group that reacted a little bit too late. Edvald Bosenhagen, Brian Cockard, and Hugo Hofstetter. The gap already at 4:13. The teams of the leaders are just going to ride in. Whoa, his shoulder was almost on the rock round that corner.
Well, this is a long, straight, fast section down. This is where he goes, descends right down to around 3 kilometres to go.
Jack Bauer's just attacked.
It will be impossible to take any time out of him through this section of the race. He's going so fast out front.
51 seconds, he's almost at a minute. They've let the race go up the road. The stage victory, which was a possibility for some riders in here, are never given an opportunity to win a stage. The likes of Luke Rowe, Jack Bauer is such a workhorse for the other riders. They've let it go up the road. Soren Kragh Andersen now getting ready for another left-hander. A few more twists and turns, and then he'll come out on that long straight road in towards the finish line. 53 seconds, 5 kilometres to go.
These riders that are left caught behind here are going to be playing this scenario over and over again in their heads. They saw Soren Kragh Andersen attack, they saw him make the move, and none of them reacted. They all waited for someone else to react.
and it's one of those nights, I guess they'll go to bed and just play it all night in their heads. Luke Rowe in the group has been on the attack twice today, but this rider, look at the speed he's going downhill. Mark Hirschi style. Well, it's not the Hurricane from Switzerland, it's the Dynamo from Denmark who is going to try and win today's stage. 76 kilometers an hour as he goes in the aero tuck.
Well, we saw the Sunweb team setting a tempo on the front of the peloton nice and early. They weren't letting the breakaway of Remy Cavagna gain too much time. We thought they may have been setting it up for Keith Bowler, the sprinter, or preparing to go on the attack in the final. They've definitely gone on the attack.
Look at the speed he's putting out. That bike is at full tilt right now, downhill towards Champognole in the Jura. Another slight right-hander coming up. He's just looking ahead. 4 kilometers to go. 4 kilometers of effort to win today's stage.
He'll come down now into this little village, swing to the right, and it's a long straight stretch in nearly to 1.5 kilometers to go.
Once he gets to this point, there's no real technical difficulties, is there?
Once he gets down to this descent and goes through this village, it's a very straightforward run into the line. He just needs to focus on his effort and give it everything until he gets to the line.
He's now on that main road. He can see the 3 kilometers to go just in front of him. 60 kilometers an hour. Still churning this huge gear over at an immense cadence. This is some effort by Søren Kragh Andersen. So impressive. This rider from Denmark has lit up the Tour de France again today with a solo effort.
He has precisely 1 kilometre advantage over the chase group.
He's not coming back. He just needs to keep the momentum going for another couple of kilometres, and this stage victory is his. Stage 14 was his. He's now looking at stage 19 to go in the pocket too.
So good to see this young Danish rider. He's won his first stage in the Tour de France just a few days ago. He wasn't content with that. He's gone at it again.
26 years of age. Behind him, Narzen decides he needs to chase, but it's way too late. The stage victory is going up the road. Now he kicks up over this little rise, and now he's going to get himself set for 2K to go. 50 kilometers an hour almost as he time trials his way towards the centre of Champognole. These riders behind, they should have reacted. They should have known that this rider, you give him 10 seconds and he says, thank you very much, I'll have a minute. 2 kilometers to go.
Here he goes, just pushes over this last little rise. It's another sweeping run in now. Comes up to a right-hand corner where he's going to see 1 kilometre to go. From that point on, he can really enjoy this moment.
He's going to really enjoy another victory. How much time, he says? How much time do I have? He doesn't know. He's got no information, no radio check. He obviously can't hear Matt Winston in the car behind. He says, how much time do I have?
He has no information at the front of the race. The race radios that the riders have are notoriously unreliable. He doesn't know how close that chase group is. He's going to power all the way to the line.
This is a tremendous performance. Don't worry, Søren, you have a minute. You're going to win another stage. Just don't take any risks around the final corners. Set yourself up, because you're going to enjoy another stage win in the Tour de France. Søren Kragh Andersen is going for victory as Luke Rowe and Greg Van Avermaet jump away, but it's way too late.
Here you can see the Flamme Rouge in his sights. Soon he will look over his shoulder and see nobody behind him. He can really start to enjoy this now.
Søren Kragh Andersen inside the final kilometre of racing. 46 kilometres an hour now. Luke Rowe and Greg Van Avermaet trying to go clear to put themselves in second and third place, because it's not going to be a possibility of a stage win for them. This Danish rider has already won one stage. He's about to win two, and he's about to give Sunweb a hat-trick. He's going to smile now. He sees the finish line in front of him. Søren Kragh Andersen hit them at the perfect moment. He hit them once everybody slowed round and looked at each other. He's going to take another stage victory. He's going the slowest way to the line. Take a bow, Søren Kragh Andersen, because this has been another display of perfectly executed tactics. Sunweb are going to take 3 stage wins. Søren Kragh Andersen is going to do the double. The Danish Dynamo is going to win stage number 19. Sunweb take the hat-trick. It's a double stage victory in this year's Tour de France. Denmark's Søren Kragh Andersen wins stage 19.
It was only at 250 metres to go. He finally looked over his shoulder and didn't see anybody. Now,
amazing.
He only found out at the last moment that he had that wrapped up.
Who's going to take second and third place on today's stage? Here we go. They're going to try and do the 1-2 as we see the next rider from Sunweb trying to come through to take the stage victory. Nicky Assant fancies another one. He goes through to try and take second place. Net gets finished second to Kragh Andersen on stage 14, and he's going to finish second on stage 19. He's been so close on 2 occasions. Net gets heading towards the finish line now. Stuyven is going to finish third, I think. Netgets finishes second, behind him Stuyven, then Greg van Avermaet. But now it's about the sprint for the line between Sam Bennett and Peter Sagan, and yet again on the line, Bennett beats Sagan.
Now the contenders for the green jersey competition were all at the back looking at each other. Another group slipped away. Again, Luca Mez gets the bridesmaid behind Søren Kragh Andersen.
Jack Bauer shakes his head.
Thank you.
What a day for Søren Kragh Andersen and Team Sunweb. Amazing, absolutely amazing.
What a brilliantly tactically executed ride by this rider once again.
He just didn't know. He was shouting with 1 kilometre to go, how much time do I have? Amazing. What a ride.
That's 2, he says.
Il aime tout particulièrement le continent ici même, l'Hexagone, avec une nouvelle victoire.
2 victories and both solo.
And both executed the same way. He was at a difficult point in the race with the best riders, and they underestimated him.
Yes, man.
He waited for them to hesitate, and it only took 1 minute of hesitation for him to go.
You can't give him more than 10 seconds. He just takes every single advantage he can get. Stunning ride by Søren Kragh Andersen today. All 3 of Sunweb's wins have been solo in this Tour de France. I just love the way they're riding so openly, that they just are prepared to go and try.
Fuck, amazing, yeah.
So good to have an attacking team here like that. They place riders in the breakaway, and then they race as a team. A lot of teams, they'll place riders in the breakaway, and all of a sudden they'll start thinking about themselves, not Sunweb.
Riding in for the race finish, the leaders' teams. Here's the riders who were behind that group. Hugo Hofstetter, Cockard and Edvald Boasson. Minor places for them. A good ride, but they miss out. They just couldn't close the gap. They left it just a little bit too late.
They did. They needed to be right there when that group went. There was such a strong group of riders. Unless you were on the wheel when they attacked, these guys had no chance to bridge across.
Edvald Boasson leads in this group ahead of Hugo Hofstetter and Brian Cockard. And then behind, we will wait for the group to come in. Another tribute to Raymond Poulador here in the Jura, as we remember him throughout this Tour de France. That finish was, for anyone watching bike racing, just a dream scenario with all those top riders on the attack.
Well, like we said, that could have been the front group in the Tour of Flanders. There was such a strong group of riders now, all classic specialists, all winners in their own right. It could have gone to anybody, but Søren Kragh Andersen was simply the best guy there.
There's no worry in this group, is there? They'll just ride in. The truce is called. Tomorrow's the time trial. It's all about what happens tomorrow on the Planche de Belfi. Here's confirmation of the results. He takes a double. Søren Kragh Andersen 53 seconds ahead of Luca Metget, with Jasper Stuyven in third place.
Well, he pushed all the way to the line there. He didn't know if he had a gap, if he was going to be caught. That's why he just didn't give up. You could hear him yelling at the motorbike, how much time, how much time? It was only in the final 250 metres and he looked over his shoulder. Here we see the sprint for second place. Luca Metget, he's going to be so disappointed to have 2 second places in his debut tour. And both those occasions, he won in a group behind a solo winner.
Jasper Stuyven in third place here. He was 6th on that stage as well. Tomorrow then these riders will ride the individual time trial on La Planche de Belfi. For the contenders, it's a big day. For other riders, it's their chance to ride to the top of that mountain and then get set for Paris, having completed the Tour de France. There'll be riders in here who fancy going for the stage victory, but for most riders, there'll be relief that they have got themselves through the toughest days.
These guys definitely have the hardest part of the tour behind them now. With this 30-odd kilometre time trial tomorrow that finishes on a Category 1 climb, it is really only tailor-made for the GC riders. It's a very specific time trial, so the majority of the peloton will just go through the motions tomorrow, and they'll be thinking about the final stage in Paris.
The riders then on the front of the peloton, the Movistar team, Astana with Miguel Angel Lopez, Bahrain McLaren with Sonny Colbrelli, Jumbo-Visma with Primoz Roglic. The general classification stays the same. Primoz Roglic ahead of Tadej Pogačar and Miguel Angel Lopez. 57 seconds the lead of Primoz Roglic in the yellow jersey. Lopez at 1 minute 27 seconds. Richie Porte is behind that, Mikael Landa and Enric Mas. Sonny Colbrelli leads in the peloton. The Movistar team in the yellow helmets as the leaders of the team classification. Primoz Roglic there in the yellow jersey crosses the line to complete his 10th day in yellow. Stage is over. And he will now be able to think, okay, it's time to recover for tomorrow's big day. The 5-year plan is about to come to an end.
The 5-year plan is coming together for Primoz Roglic.
Incredible.
So these riders now, they're going to be thinking about recovering as best they can. For all the riders in this sort of top 10, top 20 on the general classification, need to stay extremely focused. It's a very important day for them tomorrow.
The riders are just passing by us in the commentary box. Small number of fans allowed into this area. Søren Kragh Andersen riding for Sunweb. Doubles up and takes another stage.
Here he finally starts to enjoy this stage victory. He just, honestly, he didn't know, did he?
He must have just been going flat out the entire time, thinking, I have to just fully commit and you wonder if he'd been given a time check, whether he'd have even slowed up. That was just full commitment for 20 kilometres, I think.
Well, with such a technical run into around 3 kilometres to go, the chasing group couldn't see him, but he couldn't see them either. So he wasn't aware of the time gap that he had.
Here's the result of the day. Søren Kragh Andersen wins in 3 hours, 36 minutes and 33 seconds. Met gets second again, Stuyven, Van Avermaet, Nazen, Nikias Arndt. Then behind them, Luke Rose, Sam Bennett, Sagan and Trentin. The classic bike riders had their day. Here in Champognole, known as the Pearl of the Jura. Here's the attack.
And a perfectly timed attack. It was immediately following a big acceleration by Matteo Trentin. Trentin gave up in the acceleration, slowed down, but nobody came off his wheel. Søren Kragh Andersen was hovering around the back of the group. He felt it ease up, and he went for it. And as soon as he went, he opened up a big gap. Once he had that gap and there was no longer a reaction behind, he just had to power away to the finish.
The power he executes through the pedals is really incredible to watch. That was full cry all the way to the finish. You notice the hashtag on the front of their jersey, creating memories. He's created some in this tour.
Certainly memories he'll never forget. To win 2 stages of the Tour de France, both solo, how often do we see that?
You don't. You hardly, in the last few years, have seen many solo victories, but Sunweb have given us 3 to shout about during this race. Outside our commentary box window at the moment, we're just seeing Tony Martin catching up with a ex-teammate, Bernie Eisel. They're just getting a chance to say hello. We're getting ready then for the podium presentation of today's stage. A reminder of the general classification. Roglic 57 seconds ahead of Pogacar, with Miguel Angel Lopez in 3rd place. Behind them, Richie Porte, then Mikel Landa and Enric Mas. That's the top 6 in the Tour de France. A stage today with a pattern that we maybe didn't expect, with Cavagna riding so early at 53 kilometers an hour so much of the stage.
Yeah, great ride by Cavagna, well, a strong ride by Cavagna to get at the front on his own like that and hold off the peloton for so many kilometers. It was only once he got caught then we really saw the race kick off behind. But also for the peloton to come back together like that, and then we saw the winning move go so late, is not a scenario that we typically see in the Tour.
No, absolutely amazing to watch. That's the water tower, clock tower, 18 meters in height. Oversees the Rue de République, which is the main road in the centre of Champognole. Coming up to 5:30 in the afternoon here in France, as the broom wagon comes in, and we don't have to wait 35 minutes for it today, Simon.
That's a nice change, isn't it?
That's Soren Kragh Andersen making his way to talk to us.
Our colleagues, anyway.
There's Seb Piquet, if you didn't know what he looked like.
The face of the voice.
The face of the voice. Always wears dark glasses, never without them. 2020, the third time we've been here in Champognole as a host town of the Tour de France. Let's hear from Soren now.
Soren, a first victory on the Tour de France is always special, but this one is pretty sweet as well, no?
Yes, I have to say the last kilometer when I was screaming like, can you confirm 1 minute? I didn't believe it. Then I was like, this is 2 wins in the same Tour de France. I'm speechless. I could never have dreamed about something better.
You were, of course, in a very strong group with very fast men. You took off exactly when you needed to?
Yeah, I was thinking the same when the group was there. I was like, oh, here's all the best riders in the world from, with the hilly terrain. And I was like, well, how do I beat these guys? But yeah, the moment came after Trentin. He attacked really hard, and I was also at the limit. But yeah, I was thinking, okay, if I just get a small gap, maybe they start looking at each other, and that's exactly what happened. And that was my luck.
It's another masterpiece for Team Sunweb. A third stage victory with 2 for you, 1 for Mark. It's going to be a tour that you're going to remember for a long time.
Yeah, for the rest of my life, I think. This is memory for life, and I'm just super happy. Yeah.
I'm going to ask for an answer in Danish, a recap of this.
Well, he'll now be interviewed in Danish. But a wonderful moment for a young rider. A memory that he's never ever going to forget with such a performance.
He was quite literally speechless there, wasn't he? How do you describe your second solo victory in the Tour de France? It is literally a dream tour for Soren Kragh Andersen and the Sunweb team.
There'll be a few riders in there, as you said earlier on, who will just be analysing, why did I let that go? Why did I give him that chance when I knew he'd already won a stage like that? But maybe they thought it was too close, too far away from the finish. It was a long time trial.
It was a long time trial, but a time trial that was really suited to a guy riding away like that on their own. As I said, it was they had a feeling what the terrain was like. It was technical, it was up and down. Anyone off the front was going to be very quickly out of sight. So they couldn't have let him go like that. They did, and he profited from it.
It's always a sweet way to win a race, though, isn't it, solo? The best way to win.
I imagine it would be.
Let's take a look then at the sprint for the other places.
So it's a late attack there from Nicolas Arndt. He was obviously sitting on with his teammate off the front. Luca Mesgetz went after him, managed to get onto his wheel. He opened up his sprint really early, and he held off Jesper Stuyvens there for third place.
As far as the green jersey is concerned, now Sam Bennett is in a very, very good position.
Well, again, Bennett increased his lead over Peter Sagan and Mathieu Trentin in the intermediate sprint and again at the finish line. So he's building on that lead and looking really good to hold on to that green jersey now.
His lead now 55 points in the green jersey competition. It will go to Paris, but he has got a big buffer. The presentation of stage 19 of the Tour de France. We welcome back onto this podium 2 stage wins in the Tour, Soren Kragh Andersen of Sunweb, with a solo breakaway, adds stage 19 to his win in stage 14. Such an impressive performance by this young rider today. He just has an ability to sniff out the moves and then hit the riders when there is a lull in action. A reminder then of the top 10 of today's stage, from Bourg en Bresse to Champognole.
Nous amener quand même sur ce podium protocolaire et remettons, nous avons pour le maillot jaune LCL, donc de l'idée-remplacement général, Clément Pernaud, le président du département du Jura et de la communauté de communes Champognole de Bois-Jura. Et puis de l'autre côté, du podium protocolaire, pour LCL, la directrice des ressources humaines, Véronique Boutel, qui seront les personnalités qui monteront sur ce podium les marches du Tour d'ici.
This is us heading over the Four Lakes, which is just in this particular region.
Durant un mois et 11 mois qui nous séparent du Tour de France d'après, eh bien on a aussi cette air qui résonne dans la tête comme autant de tableaux d'honneur prestigieux.
Primoz Roglic making his way. The yellow jersey arrives on the podium. He will wear the yellow jersey in the individual time trial tomorrow.
Well, a relatively straightforward day, really, for Primoz Roglic. His team didn't have to do too much work. He was up the front for the entire stage, staying out of trouble. Well executed again.
Looking ahead to Sunday for the green jersey, because tomorrow's all about yellow. Sam Bennett, they are currently on the finish on the Paris on the Champs-Élysées. One intermediate sprint, 20 points on offer there, and then the finish at 50. Here's the reminder for all of you of the current top 10. There are some gaps between riders that are closable and a few switches that could happen. Tomorrow, a key day to complete this year's tour before the riders enjoy the ride into Paris for the 122-kilometre final stage, which, as we know, is always a celebration of the yellow jersey, but then we're going to see the green jersey decided. Here's the green jersey, one more step closer to clinching it in Paris on Sunday. Sam Bennett of the Koenig Quick-Step. Anywhere Peter Sagan goes, Sam Bennett goes. Today he followed every single move.
Once again, Sam Bennett did exactly what he needed to do to hang on to that green jersey. He didn't look like he was interested in the stage victory at all. All he tried to do was follow Peter Sagan for this stage, and where he could, he put teammates up the road to take the points away.
He's ridden very cleverly, hasn't he, in this Tour de France. When he got that green jersey, he switched his focus, and it's paid off.
Quite literally, for the moment that he had the green jersey, that's been his main focus, hasn't it?
Here's the classification in the green jersey. Sam Bennett leads with 3:19. Peter Sagan second on 2:64, and Trentin now on 250 points. King of the Mountains remains on the shoulders of Richard Carapaz. It's an easy day for him, but tomorrow is going to be tricky.
Well, tomorrow he's fighting for that jersey. There's a Category 1 climb in the individual time trial where the fastest rider on that climb will win the 10 points on offer.
So he basically has to ride to that point and go flat out up the climb no matter what time he gets.
That's right. So there's a time check at kilometre 30.3. Times will be taken at that point, and then the fastest rider from kilometre 30.3 to the finish, which is the summit of the climb at kilometre 36.2, will be awarded the points for the King of the Mountain sprint.
Here's the classification for the King of the Mountains. It's 2 points between Carapaz and Pogacar and Roglic on 67. It's very tight. Can he win it? It would give Ineos Grenadiers a place on the podium of this year's Tour de France. Not the colour they wanted, but it would be a wonderful end to the Tour for them.
It would be a wonderful end. They obviously came to this Tour de France chasing yellow. That didn't eventuate, so now they have the polka dot and they're going to fight for it.
White jersey, best young rider, second overall, Tadej Pogacar of UAE Team Emirates. A big day for him tomorrow on Planche de Belfi. Such a brilliant rider in this year's Tour.
We had high expectations for Tadej Pogacar coming into this year's Tour de France, and I think we can safely say he's well and truly exceeded those. To have 2 stage wins in the race, sitting second in the general classification and have the white jersey. What a brilliant debut tour to the young Slovenian.
Well, I hope everybody has enjoyed today's stage. Thank you for all your messages. We'll read them as always. Confirmation then that Pogacar has 3 minutes and 22 seconds on Enric Mas, and then the other riders way behind in this competition. He's head and shoulders above the majority of the young riders. The most aggressive rider, Remy Cavagna of the Koenig Quick Step. He kept us entertained with that breakaway.
Didn't he ride fast there for a couple of hours? Some phenomenal average speeds for a rider out front on their own in the Tour. Hopefully he really enjoyed that breakaway.
He rode his bike like he stole it for the majority of the stage. It was a stunning performance by Remy Cavagna today. And then he ended up in the breakaway until they were caught. Well-deserved Remy Cavagna.
entre Bourg, Bresse et Champognole. Et on va se quitter comme chaque soir évidemment avec l'hymne officiel du Tour de France.
19 stages down. The fight is on for the green jersey on Sunday. Looking at that slow motion, Sam Bennett just doesn't give Sagan any opportunity, does he?
He is emptying his tank, isn't he? Look at him, he's so exhausted. He looked tired on the podium today. His eyes were bloodshot. He wasn't, you know, we can't see a smile behind that mask, but I think he was relieved to get through today.
But now he knows tomorrow the green jersey can't go. And on Sunday, he needs to secure points in the first sprint.
What is his advantage over Sagan now?
55.
And there's still 70 points on offer in the final stage. It's not a foregone conclusion.
Well, Primoz, can you talk to us about your day, an important day to try to recover before more action?
Yeah, for sure. Was not really the recovery day, I guess. We started quite hard, for sure, with Bora chasing. And then, again with the attacks towards the end. Yeah, for sure. We now another day finished, another good day for us, and now we we focus on recovery and the time trial for tomorrow.
So a word on this time trial. Did you check it out first of all?
Yes, I did. I did a recon. Yeah, it's I think quite honest at the end, and you really need just to just push as much as possible and just go as fast as possible.
One of the questions that a lot of riders are asking themselves: are you going to switch bikes?
Yeah, this I will really consider then tomorrow in the last moment to see everything how it is, how are the conditions, and then yeah, I will do a decision.
You're just going to take care of yourself, or are you going to ask for the times of your biggest rival?
I think I will also get for sure also the times. I will all the time pretty much know where I'm sitting.
Thank you very much.
Doesn't want to be drawn on the question, the big question everyone's now asking, will he change bikes?
It's going to be exciting, isn't it, to see what the tactics are of these different riders. On these time trials that we've seen in the past that finish on these steep climbs, some riders will like to change their bikes to their traditional road racing bikes because they're a little bit easier to climb on, and some riders will like to stay on their time trial bike. So it's going to be very interesting to see what all the GC riders do tomorrow.
We'll let you enjoy some slow motion shots of today's stage. The sights of stage 19 of the Tour de France as we enjoyed watching the tussle between the green jersey contenders and also that furious ride to the line by Søren Kragh Andersen to take today's stage at victory for Team Sunweb. A hat-trick of wins by the riders from Team Sunweb with a double by Søren Kragh Andersen. Let's take a look then at tomorrow's stage. Tomorrow's stage is all about the time trial as we ride a distance of 36.2 kilometres from Lure to the top of La Planche de Belleville. We don't go over the gravel at the top, but we go to the old finish. This is the profile. Tomorrow we're going to find out who wins this year's Tour de France. Today was a fantastic day. We started with a lone breakaway, riding furiously towards the race finish. We saw the green jersey contest develop between Sagan and Bennett, but ultimately it was yet again Team Sunweb with a tactical masterclass on how to win a stage of the Tour. Soren Kragh Andersen doubles up, Sunweb have a hat-trick of wins. From me, Anthony McCrossan, and alongside me as always, Simon Gerrans, thanks for joining us. Don't miss the time trial. Tomorrow we decide the Tour. Bye for now.